I would like to now turn my attention to the testimony of Lyle Menendez. As I told you in the beginning of the trial, and as I told you in the beginning of my argument today, the whole issue here is, were they afraid? Nobody's asked you to say what they did was right, or even what they did was reasonable. But if they were genuinely afraid, and the crime that they have committed is manslaughter, and if they went into that room intending to kill, then it is voluntary manslaughter. And if they went in a blind panic and started firing without the necessary mental state, without the intent, then it is involuntary manslaughter. And so all of the witnesses we have brought you have told you what they saw that would explain how a child in that world would grow up afraid. I'd like to talk to you now about the world as Lyle Menendez experienced it. Lyle began his testimony by telling you of the good things he remembered. He remembered playing in the snow with his father, and he remembered his mother on Christmas mornings getting up early, and he remembered her taking care of the birds. He told you that he loved them and that he had killed them. And he told you that he did it not for money and not to pay them back, but out of fear. He told you that what he wanted more than anything else was to be loved by them. He talked to you about things that happened to him in that house. He talked to you about the lung expansion exercises, where his father would hold him underwater, so he'd have to fight for air. He told you that swimming made him nervous, and he used to beg his mother not to make him go. But she said he had to go, and if he didn't, she would tell his father. He said when he played soccer, which he liked, he couldn't associate with the other kids because they were mediocre, and mediocrity was contagious. You wouldn't have the competitive edge if you were friends with them. And when they left and went for pizza because they won, he went home with his father, who always drove him separately rather than going with the other kids. And his father told him, even though he had won, and even though he was very talented, what he had done wrong that day. And when they lost, and the team went for pizza, his father told him, you don't get rewarded for losing. Nobody remembers a loser. Lyle said he was the most important thing in his father's life. And yet he told you that part of the way that his father took care of this very important child was to regulate his food. He charted his food, he read about different diets, the eat to win diet, the high protein diet. All of the diets were not for strong bones and shiny hair. They were for performance. And when one time Lyle bought some junk food, he punched him in the stomach, and that was at age 11. Lyle also had a daily reminder of what it's like if you don't measure up, because he saw the treatment that his brother Eric received. He was ignored, he was belittled, he was demeaned, he was worthless, he didn't count, and he didn't exist. And the message was very clear, that unless you are good enough to be my son, good enough to carry my name, good enough to meet my standards, you don't exist. He had no time for friends, and every bit of attention was devoted very early on to his tennis performance. And he would have to tell his dad at dinner what he did that day. Now, for most of us, what you did that day can be answered in about 30 seconds. And for Lyle, it would take an hour and a half. Every exercise, what kind, how often, for how long. every stroke, every move, and he had to describe it in detail. At 17, when Lyle was #1 in the Middle States, I asked him, well, your dad must have been proud of you then. Seems like a significant accomplishment. And he said, with not an ounce of self-pity, no, my dad was thinking nationally then, and I wasn't really where he wanted me to be. It was always something more. It was always something better. And Lyle told you that first day of his testimony that his father took photographs of him. And of his brother. And the photographs were when they were naked, and the photographs were of them in the bathtub or in the bedroom, and they were always seemed to be aimed at the genitals. Now, there's been talk about the lying that Lyle Menendez did, and he lied to everyone on the face of the earth before he was arrested. There is no question about it. He never admitted that he had committed this crime. He never admitted that he had killed his parents. He lied to the police. He didn't talk about it with his relatives, but he certainly never admitted it. Now, if he's going to lie, guess he should have said, gee, there were lots of photos, and I used to see them all the time, and my dad would show them to me, and he'd photograph me, when we were in the room having sex. He didn't say that. Well, he used to take pictures. Now, I think almost as amazing as the fact that these pictures were taken was that these pictures were saved. You will see the envelope that they came in, and you will see the negatives, and you will see the original small photos, and you will see Kitty Menendez's handwriting that was on the envelope these photos were in, which says Eric's birthday, November 1976. She saw these photographs, and she kept them. Lyle told you that his father would talk about bonding and sex as a way of men bonding, and how special it was to be the firstborn, and how even more special to be Jose Menendez's firstborn. At 6, there were massages and talks, and they would touch each other, and they would undress. And at 7, he said it became more involved. There was oral sex, and there were objects. He said he cried, and he bled. And he asked his father not to. And his father said he didn't mean to hurt him, that he loved him. And he said he wanted his dad to love him. When he told his mother, she said he was exaggerating. Dad loves him. Dad has to punish him sometimes. And his father said, it's our secret. It makes you special. And if you ever tell, bad things will happen to you. So he didn't tell. And he did things to his brother. And he apologized in court. And Mrs. Bozanich would have you believe that that was staged. When she asked him on cross-examination whether he had ever had a chance to apologize to his brother before, whether he'd ever been around him, he said, the apology was for my dad as well. He didn't want people to know this about his dad. At 13, he talked to his father about what was going on with Eric. And his father said, it would stop, but don't tell anybody. It has to be a secret. And his brother said it had stopped. He lived in a house where Mom was tense and she would explode, and Dad was focused on every detail of his life. And when he did well, his father would ruffle his hair. His father engaged in these talks, these brainwashing sessions. His father seemed to have made a determination that whoever Lyle was, without ever really finding out who that was, wasn't good enough. It had to be Jose who was alive inside that body. It had to be Jose's thoughts and Jose's philosophies and Jose's views of the world, and nothing less would do. And so for hours and hours and hours on end, they would sit, knees together. Lyle said their foreheads would be touching. And if he got the answer wrong, Jose would bump his forehead. And he would repeat. He would repeat slogans. He would repeat thoughts. He would repeat tennis programming. And he would repeat it over and over and over again until Lyle Menendez knew what his father wanted of him, knew what to say and what to think, not what to feel, because feeling was something that wasn't supposed to happen and certainly was never supposed to be demonstrated. It was a great sign of weakness to display emotion, either happy or sad. His father worked on fixing the flaws. When he walked with his feet out, his father quacked like a duck and wouldn't walk with him. Too humiliating to have a son with a flaw such as this. And when Lyle stuttered, he made fun of him. And Lyle said he tried not to talk very much and answer in short sentences. When he showed emotion, he was sent to his room. And when he wet his bed to age 14, he was ridiculed. He believed that his dad loved him. And he said his dad showed it when he pleased him. He saw his mother and father fighting. He saw physical violence between them, which became the source of nightmares for him for years. He says when they moved to California, Mom deteriorated even more. She got depressed. She got spacey. She got suicidal. And Dad was cruel. And then all of a sudden, Dad was nice to her. And nobody ever knew why. As a child, she would hold him down, place him under the bed, drag him by his hair. She would wake him up in the middle of the night and send him to search for the ferret. She would chase him with a knife. She wouldn't let him out of the room, even to go to the bathroom when being punished. And when he brought the rabbit home from school and she told him to get rid of it, and he didn't, he came home one day and the rabbit was gone. And his mother said, "Ask your father." And his father said, "Check the garbage can." And there in the garbage can was the rabbit with its head smashed in. He had stuffed animals until he was 17, and they had personalities and names, and he play acted with them to try to sort out this crazy world in which he lived. And his mother began to show him pictures of herself. Am I pretty? How do I look? And to this child who wanted love from both of his parents more than anything in the world, she was showing him a way to get love. And he began the relationship with her that he described to you here, where she would let him touch her. He said she never did anything but let him touch her. And it was very confusing because when they were out of these intimate situations, she continued to be mean and humiliating and degrading and cruel. And so he stopped. And she got even angrier. And it stopped when he was around 13 or 14. And everyone will tell you that around 14, they saw a change in Lyle Menendez's attitude toward his mother. He was rude to her. He didn't show a lot of kindness to her. Not always, but on occasion. And this was contrasted with his behavior with his dad, which was always respectful. But one of the exhibits you have is a letter that Lyle Menendez wrote to his mother in July of 1987. and he's traveling. He's in Europe at the time. He says, "Hi, Mom. How are you? I hope you're all right and hanging in there. I often worry about you. You're the only mother I have and would want. Did you make any new friends? I hope so." So whatever their relationship was, he continued to love them both and continued to hope that they would love him back. His dad was fearless. He would give demonstrations of how immune to pain he was. He would have his sons pinch him. He would put needles in his hand. He was not afraid of the police. Lyle told you of the situation where he was pretending to be a burglar and terrified the kids. And when Lyle, standing there with the family rifle, watched his father open the door, his father was laughing. He talked about setting up toy soldiers, which took him hours, and his father, in a matter of moments, wiping them all out. Of showers, in which there wasn't a handle, you needed a wrench, and his father would turn the water on freezing cold or hot and close the door. His father, being in the shower with his two sons in the beginning, would get out and hold the door closed with Lyle and Eric trapped inside until Eric would get hysterical. Told you of the swing in the shower and being punched in the stomach and being hit with the belt and thrown out of the houses at night. Talked about being thrown into the coffee table and punched in the mouth. Now, there are either witnesses or medical records or photographs to support virtually all of these incidents. The situation in which he's punched in the mouth is when he's approximately 16, and he's playing tennis with his coach. It had been raining, and Jose had called and said, "Get out on the court." It stopped raining. So they took towels and dried the court, and they were practicing. And his father came and was yelling at him and criticizing him and making fun of him, and he finally turned and told him to shut up. His father, in the limousine, punched him square in the face and said, "If you ever embarrass me again, I will kill you." And Lyle has a scar today which runs from his lip to his chin, which is never sutured. And when he got home, covered with blood, Jose went in the house first. And then Lyle went in, and his mother helped to clean it up. And his mother never asked him what happened. Everyone was afraid of Jose Menendez, and most people were quite intimidated by Kitty. I've put on the board a summary, or a list rather, of the some of the threatening and abusive behavior by Jose Menendez. And I have another chart, which is the same thing for Kitty Menendez. And the reason is that in addition to explaining to you how these children could have been afraid of their parents, you will get a jury instruction that says, you'll get two jury instructions. One will say if someone is violent to you, you can expect violence from them. And the other is that if someone threatens you or has threatened you in the past, you can act sooner against someone than you would someone who had never threatened you. And on the list we have, this is for Jose: punched in the stomach, fight for air while swimming, beat with a belt, molest, drill mercilessly on the tennis court, beatings of mom, which he witnessed, degradation of failures such as stuttering, his walk, and his bedwetting, banished if he cries, the shower incident, the swing incident, threats during the molestation, threats during the talk at 13, punched in the face and threatened on the tennis court. How to handle the Chinese Revolution. Jose Menendez had told his sons that if he had been in charge around Tiananmen Square time, he would have just reassured the students it was just fine, and when they weren't expecting it, he would have mowed them all down. Threats to Robbie Kloss, the threats to Craig Signorelli, which is the incident Tracy Baker talked about, the yelling at Craig Signorelli in front of the house, "If you don't leave my family alone, I will kill you." Kitty Menendez. Wish you were never born, send to the room without food or bathroom, abandoned at airports, malls, and the pool, report behavior to Jose for punishment, enforce abusive tennis schedule, refuse to intervene when asked to protect, rages, exposed to danger, chased with knife, placed under bed, smear blood on the face, dragged by the hair, molest, hit, scream I hate you, and threaten to poison. Lyle talked about his father's success, what he had done for live entertainment, how much better off the company was, how it was getting better and better all the time. He was making only more and more money. He talked about the fact that his father wanted to buy a peninsula, and it would have a house, one for Kitty and Jose, one for Lyle and whoever he'd marry, one for Eric and whoever he'd marry. Terry and Carlos, I think, were going to have a house there, the grandmother. And as Lyle talked about it, I think it became very apparent that's what he expected. It didn't strike him as unusual. He told you about his father taking over his situation with his room when he's at Princeton. He goes there, somebody's in his room. At 21, calls his dad. Never occurs to him when there are no utilities at the Princeton house to go get them turned on. It never occurs to him when there's someone in his room at Princeton to handle it himself. His parents always took care of him. It's sort of like a bird whose wings get clipped, doesn't survive outside the home situation. Lyle talked to you about what happened during that last week. He said he was talking to his mother in the den. She was relaxed, and then she exploded. In a confrontation which he said took maybe a minute, she ripped off his hairpiece and threw it at him. And his brother Eric was there and was shocked by what he saw. And Eric, perhaps because his big brother for once seemed vulnerable, felt he could tell him what was going on. And Lyle tells you of that discussion. Eric tells him that his father has been abusing him for 12 years and that he can't stand it anymore and that he can't continue to live. And he wants his big brother to do something about it. Now, Lyle's about ready to go back to Princeton. He's got his condo, he's got his girlfriend. Life's going to be fine. I guess he could have said, sorry to hear that. Hope things work out. But what he said initially, and he's sorry for it, was, how could you let it happen? Did you fight back? Did you like it? He couldn't believe it. And yet he knew what had happened to him. He said he just thought that was something that happened to little boys. And this was his brother. And he believed him. And he knew what his own experience had been. And he knew what he had done to his own brother. And there was no way he was going to abandon him. And so he says, don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. I'm going to talk to Dad. He'll understand. He'll have to understand. And Eric stays with Lyle that night. He says he's awake most of the night thinking. And the next day, he talks to his mother. And in spite of a lifetime of failures to protect him, he thinks maybe this time she'll step in because there's a benefit to her here. She doesn't want him around. She's made it clear she's never wanted him around. And this is the way for her to get her sons out of the house and have her husband all to herself. He figures she's going to be crazy about the idea. I'm sure she'll help out. She doesn't. She's angry. And Lyle feels he's made a big mistake now. He has accelerated the situation. it was wrong, and he fears that she will probably talk to Dad. He spends all Thursday waiting for his father to come home, to have the talk with him, and he prepares for this talk as he prepared for every other talk with his father of any consequence, by making notes. And he waits, and the plane is late, and he waits longer. And Jose comes home, and it seems he knows what's going on. That's Lyle's perception. Now, he knows that his mother calls his dad all the time out of town, and he knows he's talked to her about it yesterday, so he assumes that she has told him. And his dad says, "Let me run upstairs and change. I'll be back down." And in a typical power play, he keeps him waiting 45 minutes. And when he comes down, he hasn't changed. Lyle tells him, "It's going to stop. I know what's happening with you and Eric. It's going to stop. We're going to move out of the house. We're going to go to school together, and life's just going to go on the same otherwise. But I'm not going to let you touch my little brother." And his dad waits until he's finished talking and says, "Are you finished?" Lyle says that he'd been preparing because usually in serious conversations with his father, he'd end up crying somewhere before he ever finished saying what he had to say. And so when his dad said, "Are you finished?" he said, "Yes, I am." And his father said to him, "What I do with my son is none of your business. Don't throw your life away. Stay out of it." And Lyle panics because he can't believe that he's not going to be able to solve this problem. He's not going to be able to save his brother. And he starts yelling at his dad and tells him he's a sick person and that he's going to tell. If he ever touches his brother again, he's going to tell. And his father says, "We all make decisions in life, son. Eric made his, and you made yours." Lyle was pleading with him, "I'm only going to tell if you touch him." And Dad said, "You'll tell anyway," and walked out. Lyle knew he had made a very bad mistake. He goes back to the guest house, and the next thing he knows is he hears Eric and Mom screaming as they climb the stairs to the guest house. Eric is saying, "Mom knows." And Lyle says to her, "How could you?" And she says, "No one ever helped me." Mrs. Bozanich talked about the screaming. Now, as I reread the testimony, you may remember it differently. You can certainly have it read back. But I believe the screaming he describes is as they are coming up the stairs to the guest house, the interior stairs to the guest house. And you will see a picture, which has been marked, of the guest house, which is behind the swimming pool. Eric is hysterical and crying, and they talk about what they're going to do. Eric says, "Dad's going to kill us." And Lyle thinks he will. He doesn't think there's any chance in the world that Kitty and Jose Menendez, who have come up from a world they wanted to leave far in the past, are ever going to jeopardize their position in the world, their success, their respectability, by letting their two grown sons tell this story of abuse. Lyle wants to leave, but Eric says he can't. Dad'll find us. He'll kill us. He travels all over the world. They've got all the money in the world. They know everybody, and they know everything about us, because the boys were having this very uncanny experience of having their parents know things that their parents had no way of knowing. It turned out the phones were tapped, but they didn't know that at the time. It just made them seem that more all-knowing and all-powerful. They talk about running away, and Eric says, "We can't. It'll only make it more dangerous. We'll spend our lives looking over our shoulders." They talk about going to the relatives, and they realize that there's really nobody there who would stand up to Jose and Kitty. And although people have come into this trial and testified, I was thinking when Mrs. Bozanich was arguing about Jose Menendez being tried as a child molester if these same people would have come forward when he was alive. They talk about going to the police, but that makes no sense to them. They don't think that the police can protect him. Dad seems to have power there. And they say, well, you know what, maybe it won't happen. Maybe they won't really do it. But what if they do? But maybe they won't. Yeah, but what if they do? And so they decide to buy guns for protection. That is the plan they made. They planned to protect themselves. Lyle said the next morning when he got up, Eric was playing tennis. Now, Mark Heffernan has testified that his best memory is that he gave a lesson on Friday. It could be Thursday. He believes it's Friday. Eric has said he believes it's Thursday. In any event, they leave and they go to the gun store in Santa Monica, which we've already talked about, and then they drive down to San Diego. And on that drive down to San Diego, Eric tells Lyle the things he didn't tell him before. Tells him the details of the abuse. And he tells him about the threats. And he tells him about the violence. And Lyle's mad. Because if Lyle had known about these things, he never would have had the discussion with his father. He would have known that there was no way his father could ever let secrets this sick out. They buy the guns. Eric buys the guns. Lyle gets the ammunition. Lyle doesn't have a license, which we've shown you the Department of Motor Vehicle records on, and we've talked about that. He testifies that the lady shows him the basics of loading and using the gun. And then they come back. And when they get back Friday night, their mother tells them that the fishing trip tomorrow is not going to be at 11 a.m., a daylight trip, but it's going to be at 3 in the afternoon. And it frightens them. They don't understand why it's been changed. Maybe that's where it's going to happen. They go to another gun store, their fourth gun store the next morning, to get other ammunition, bigger ammunition, stronger ammunition. These are the most powerful people in the world to them. And when they come back, they are hoping to be gone long enough so that their parents will go on the fishing trip. But they don't. They wait for them. And so they leave on the fishing trip, according to Lyle Menendez, about 3 o'clock. And they get lost on the way to the fishing trip. And Mr. Anderson says he's not sure what time they got there, 4:30. Now, Grant Walker has come in and said that he was there fixing the pool the afternoon and they were playing tennis at 2 o'clock. And I will talk about Grant Walker later in a little greater detail, but Eric Menendez was asked during his testimony, "Are you sure you were there?" And Eric said, "I know there's somebody else who's coming in to say we were playing tennis, but that's not true. We weren't there." So this isn't a surprise witness that nobody anticipated. They knew what Mr. Walker was going to say. They go on the fishing trip, and they're terrified. And they are huddled in the front of the boat, wet and cold and shivering. And Mrs. Bozanich says, what could they have ever thought was going to happen there? There's the crew and the girlfriend and We're not talking about reasonable behavior. If we're talking about reasonable behavior, we're talking about an acquittal. We're talking about self-defense. What we're talking about here is manslaughter, and manslaughter by definition is unreasonable behavior. It is seeing things differently than the way you would have seen things. It is seeing things differently than the way somebody who lived in this house would have seen things. So maybe it wouldn't have seemed frightening to you. That's not the question. Is it believable that it would seem frightening to them? When they got home from the boat trip and nothing had happened, they thought, well, maybe we're wrong. Maybe it's not going to happen. And they go to UCLA and they talk about it. And they talk again about, well, can we run away? And they have the same discussion again. Eric says, I can't go. Dad will find us. I can't live like that. Lyle says, maybe you're right. Well, they're going to wait. They're going to see what happens on Sunday. And then when they get home, because they don't have their key, because neither of them ever had a key to any house they lived in. It was just a key in a drawer that you could take when you left and you put back, because it wasn't their house. It was Kitty and Jose's house. And so you just borrowed the key temporarily. When they got back, they'd forgotten their key, woke her up, or got her up. She seemed to have an insomnia problem, so we don't know if she was asleep. And she says, "I hate you. I hate you both." She says, if Eric had kept his mouth shut, things might have worked out. They believed the decision had been made. Maybe you wouldn't have, given the lifetime experience they had with these people. They believed the decision was made. Eric told you, well, but maybe it really wasn't going to happen, and so I wanted Lyle to hang around and go in the house and see how Mom and Dad were and see if we could get an idea of what's going on. And Eric says, I wasn't going to go in. I sure wasn't going to go in there. But Lyle was expected to. And he did. And he first speaks to his mother and father, and they don't answer him. And then he asks his dad for the number of a tennis camp that his father had been very interested in him going to. And his father says, what does it matter? And then he gets a phone call from Perry Berman. And Perry says, gee, your dad said you were out. And that is ominous to Lyle, because he wasn't out, and his dad knew he wasn't out. And so what's it mean? Does his dad want to make sure he doesn't go out that night? That's why he told Perry he wasn't around? And Lyle described it this way. The fear was growing. It was getting out of control. It was like crumbling. My life was slipping away. And when his brother finally comes home, he says, we're leaving. We're going out. And his mother says, no, you're not going anywhere. And he says, why? And his mother is fumbling for words, and she can't tell him why. And it doesn't make any sense. It's summer. They don't have school. They don't have tennis the next morning. Why can't she tell him why they can't go out? It makes him very nervous, and he's very nervous already. And then, excuse me, there's a fight that ensues. And Dad says to Eric, get up to your room. And to Eric and to Lyle, what that meant at that time was that his father was going to go up to that room and molest Eric. Lyle says, you're not going to touch my little brother. His dad was yelling at Lyle and advancing on him, and the way Eric describes it, Lyle backed away. Lyle always got timid when Dad yelled at him. Mom advances too. Mom is saying, you've ruined the family. He said the look on Mom's face was resolved. Lyle says to her, are you going to let this happen? Dad comes out of the den, grabs Mom, and closes the door. And they both said, we thought it was going to happen then, right then. They ran. Eric was up by his room, got his gun out of his room, and Lyle ran to the guest house. And the photograph that was taken, all the lights are on, the windows are open. So he ran back, grabbed his gun, and ran out of there. He didn't close doors, didn't turn off lights, and ran to the front as fast as he could. They reloaded their guns. They emptied the guns because they had the birdshot in them, and they tried to grab buckshot and load them. And both of them said they don't know exactly how many shells they loaded. And they were trying to get buckshot, but they don't know even for sure that they got all buckshot. But they just were grabbing them as fast as they could. They burst through the doors, and they were firing. And Lyle said, as he walked into this room illuminated only by the television set, he remembers hearing shattering glass, the explosion of the guns, the ringing noises. He remembers the smell and the smoke and the confusion. He remembers seeing his father up and moving toward him, and he just kept firing. And he was asked, what were you thinking? I wasn't thinking. I was just firing. I was trying not to freeze. I was in a panic. I didn't know what was happening. Guns were being fired. I couldn't see. I didn't know. And he was asked about the wound to his father's head. And he said, I saw the picture. I don't remember. I guess I must have. And he was asked about the wound to his mother's face. And he said, I reached over and I fired. He could have easily denied it. Could have easily said, didn't happen, wasn't me. But he took responsibility for both of those shots. And both of them would have died anyway. But those shots are obviously the only close wounds. He said that he heard something or saw something, and Mrs. Bozanich referred to the sneaking around the table. He saw some movement by his mother, and he ran out. Now, he didn't say, I ran out to reload. He just said, I ran out. And when we got to the front, his brother was standing there and handed him another shell. And he loaded the gun while he ran back in and fired again. Now, all of the neighbors talk about a pause of a second and a half, 2 seconds. It was that fast. He also told you that when he loaded his gun the first time out in front in the car, he put some extra shells in his pocket. I guess if he was thinking clearly, he would have reloaded in the room. Or maybe if he was going to reload, he would have reloaded in the room. But he has taken the responsibility for all of these things which could not have otherwise been proven. And the question that you have to answer is, did he do it because he was afraid? Knowing what you know about this family and what his life experiences were, can you believe he was afraid? And if he was afraid, even though his belief in the danger is unreasonable, and he intended to kill him, it is a voluntary manslaughter. And if he was afraid, and it was unreasonable, and he didn't intend to kill him, he wasn't thinking that clearly, then it is an involuntary manslaughter. You're going to be given instructions on heat of passion also, and fear is one of the emotions that they talk about, as long as you are still under the influence of that emotion. And as Mr. Burt talked to you about yesterday, anger dissipates, something happens, and sometime later you get over it. And fear builds. And fear was building, and it didn't stop until it was over. He talked about afterwards. He said he sat in the foyer for several minutes. He was asked by Mrs. Bozanich. When I questioned him, he said several minutes. And when she questioned him, she said, how long? And he said, I don't know. She said, well, approximate. He said, I don't know, maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes. Doesn't have an idea at a time like that what the passage of time is. They waited for the police to come. Now, we know from the 911 call that the police were there within 1 to 2 minutes of receiving the call, according to Christine Nye, and I think within 3 minutes, according to one of the officers. And we know that the police station is a mile away, and it's a Sunday night, and it's Beverly Hills, and there isn't a lot of traffic. And it's a summer night, and the windows are open, and it's a densely populated area. And they know somebody's going to hear the shotguns, as they did. And they know someone's going to call the police, as they didn't. And so they wait. Now, when you're waiting under those circumstances, I assume the time seems very long. And at some point, nobody was coming. And they decided then, maybe we don't have to tell. And they decided then to pick up the shells, which I guess if they'd been planning this, they'd have been wearing gloves so they wouldn't have to worry about fingerprints. And he doesn't remember if they dropped the guns off first or went to the movie first. But he remembers that they went to buy the movie tickets, and they had the time on them, and they were of no use. And they went to dump the guns, and his brother got out of the car and ran down the hill and hid them under some bushes. It's not like he had to dig a hole or something. And on the way to the Santa Monica Civic, now that it is 11 o'clock, to meet their 9:30 alibi, they notice that Eric has blood on his pants and Lyle's shoes have some blood on them. He thinks. He doesn't really remember changing his clothes, but he thinks he may have changed his shoes. He remembers Eric changing his pants. That's something I've always wondered about is, since all of the shots were distant shots except the two close ones we've discussed, how was it Eric ended up with blood on his pants and Lyle didn't? He says he called Perry Berman and asked him to meet him. He doesn't remember the second call, but he knows he did because Perry remembers it and it's on the phone records. I suppose if you've got a well-thought-out alibi, when you call Perry Berman, you don't have to call him back and change the plans again. He said that they were both losing it. They were crying and shaking. And Perry Berman describes the anxiety and nervousness in his voice. They can't do it. They can't go to the restaurant to meet Perry Berman, and they go back home. And Eric goes in and starts screaming. Lyle says he doesn't remember the tape, but he recognizes his voice. That was him on the tape. And he's crying, and he's screaming. And no, he doesn't tell the police he did it. And then he is interviewed by Sergeant Edmonds, and he tells him he was at the movies, but he doesn't have the movie tickets. And then he went to Taste of LA, but of course the person he was supposed to meet there, he didn't meet because he got there late. So that's his alibi. Mrs. Bozanich talks about how cool it is to go back at 8 o'clock the next morning under the watchful eye of the police and remove the shells from the car. Well, number one, I doubt that the police were standing there watching him do it. And number two, I think it speaks more to the confusion earlier on, that they would have driven home, parked their car in front with the shells in it, and called the police. When he is interviewed by Sergeant Edmonds that night, Sergeant Edmonds keeps saying, as one would expect him to, well, how could it have happened? Who could have done this? Do your parents have any enemies? You got any problems going on? And Lyle says, well, Mark, my coach, Mark Heffernan, said it might have been a burglar or something, but I didn't see anything missing. I didn't think that was it. And my brother had this problem where these gangs were threatening him, but I don't really think it's that. And maybe it's related to my dad's business, but I don't know. He's real clean. He says, my mom was suicidal, but she's better now. When he's interviewed by Detective Zoller on the 17th, he now says, I don't have any idea. Not only rules out all of the other things he ruled out before, but he says, I'm sure it's not organized crime. And he talks about, there's an interesting discussion between him and Detective Zoller. This is actually on the first page of the transcript. Detective Zoller says to him, I understand you might be going to the West Coast. And he says, yeah. We'll probably be going out there, you know. We still got the house to straighten out and all kinds of things. What Detective Linehan then says, now your uncle is saying that Karolko might buy the house. You heard that? And Lyle says, that's possible, I don't know. I'm not really handling negotiations as far as the company. Which I think is contrary to the picture the prosecution would have you believe that he was involved in the negotiations. I think it also speaks to the timing of the Mark Slotkin talks. Mark Slotkin had said he thought it was about 2 weeks. They talked 20 or 25 times. He thinks they talked about cars. We know that Lyle Menendez is with his relatives the whole first week in California. He's staying at the Bel Air Hotel. All the relatives are around. He then leaves for New Jersey and is back there for at least 2 weeks. And he's back there still on the 17th with Detective Zoller, and seems to be talking about going back to the West Coast after the 17th. So I suggest to you that Mark Slotkin's estimate of 2 weeks is probably off. It's probably closer to 3 or 4 weeks in which they meet. Dr. Oziel testified here at the trial, and I think since the prosecution has abandoned him pretty much as a credible witness, we don't need to spend a lot of time about it, but I do think it's important to look at the differences between what Dr. Oziel testified to and what appears on the tape, the 1211 tape. Now, the scenario of the first contact with Dr. Oziel is October 31st. Eric goes to him, confesses. Dr. Oziel calls Lyle, says, "You better come in here. Your brother's told me everything," or whatever. He goes in, and Lyle's only concern is finding out what his brother's told him and getting him out of there. And Dr. Oziel talks about him being threatening at that time. You'll see on the tape that Dr. Oziel characterizes his behavior as hurt at that time. When Dr. Oziel says, "Come back" on November the 2nd, Lyle tells you that the discussion is like this. We've got two choices. We can either not go back, and Dr. Oziel will go to the police and will be arrested, which they didn't want to have happen. Or we'll go back, and we'll try to keep him happy. We'll try to do whatever it is he wants so that he doesn't go to the police. Lyle told you that when they decided to go back, they decided they were not going to talk about what really happened, because that would require talking about the molestation, which they weren't going to do. So they were going to talk about the family constellation, the emotions and the interactions, omitting, obviously, some major parts. And Dr. Oziel said he could figure it out. He understood that they wouldn't know why they did it, and he could help them put the pieces together. And maybe they can even use hypnosis. And so they go in to see him, and Dr. Oziel puts together what he knows about the family. Now, what he knows about the family is sometimes accurate and sometimes inaccurate. What he knows is that Mom was suicidal, and Kitty Menendez was suicidal. But she wasn't suicidal in 1989. She was suicidal in 1986, 1987. But he comes up with this theory that, well, you must have done it to put her out of her misery. Well, since they're not going to talk about what really happened, and this theory seems to work for Oziel, they agree to it. Besides, it kind of makes them feel better that she would have been miserable and there was something positive about it. But in any event, since they had decided they weren't ever going to tell what really happened, they had to say something. And when Oziel comes up with this, they say, yep, that was it. And Lyle was asked about Dr. Oziel's comments about hating his father. And he said, "I know this doesn't make any sense, but I hated him for dying. I hated him for letting this happen. Life was much worse after my death, and things had been the best they'd ever been just before." The boys talked about wanting to write a book, preserve the myth, and to deal with the guilt that was growing every day. Dr. Oziel said that they talked about killing their mother because she was a witness. Lyle Menendez said they never said it. And you'll see that there is no mention of Mom as a witness on the tape. Dr. Oziel said, well, they talked about what happens if they have children and their children do this to them. And Lyle said that was true. They talked about the intergenerational nature of abuse, that parents do to their children what was done to them as children. He talked about killing his mother and described her as bright, powerful, and capable, and could have done many things. He said that he never really had maternal feelings toward her. They talked in these sessions about their finances. And Dr. Oziel talked about the fact that he was going to be under a lot of stress because of what they told him and probably couldn't work as much, and showed him the business cards and said he'd help them invest money. Made a series of appointments which they didn't keep, but for which they were billed. And he told them, there's two kinds of killings. One is where the spouse comes home and finds their mate in bed with somebody else, and it's just spontaneous. You never knew it was going to happen. And the other is about something that you've known about, an ongoing problem. Well, certainly killing your mom because she's suicidal is an ongoing problem. And so he said, yeah, it's more like that. It's more like the ongoing problem. So by the end of November the 2nd, Lyle Menendez had agreed with Dr. Oziel that they planned to kill their mother because she was suicidal and their dad had been mean to her. Well, it's a theory that not only doesn't make any sense, it's a theory that wasn't accurate in terms of what was going on in life. Now, I find it very interesting when Mrs. Bozanich was talking to you about manslaughter, and she said, you know, it's the typical situation where somebody comes home and finds their spouse in bed with somebody else and shoots their spouse, and probably the other one. Now, everybody understands, apparently, that that's heat of passion, that's rage, that's a manslaughter. How can it possibly be that a lifetime of abuse and the fear it creates is so much worse a crime? Dr. Conti and Dr. Burgess were asked about the December 11th tape. And they said that they found it unreliable for two reasons. One is that the content makes absolutely no sense. And I will talk to you about that in a minute. And the other is the way it was made. Lyle and Eric Menendez had not been in since November the 2nd. And Dr. Oziel contacted them and said, I'm getting a little nervous. I haven't seen you. Come on in. Now, whatever Dr. Oziel said they were going to do. And they went in and they talked about making this tape. And that seemed to be something that Dr. Oziel wanted done. So they were going to make a tape. Now, what were they going to put on this tape? Since they weren't going to talk about what really happened, they had to talk about something else. And so what they talked about was what they had decided on November 2nd, that they planned to kill their parents because their mother was suicidal and their dad had made her that way. And so that is what you hear in the tape. And I'd like you will have the transcripts, you will have the tape, and I'd like you to look at it very carefully because there are a series of very interesting things that happen. Number one, as I recall, the only negative things that are said about either of the parents on that tape are said by Dr. Oziel. The boys keep going off in other directions and he keeps reeling them in and bringing them back. The tape starts out in the middle with Eric saying things about his father. Dad would always be there, the Kennedy analogy. And Oziel switches to, well, I know you felt trapped, and I know there was no bond, and I know your mother was terrified, and you didn't really have a family. So then they go on to talk about Mom's suicide note, which happened in 1986. And then Eric and Lyle are saying sympathetic things about their mother, and Oziel says, yeah, but she turned on you, even with that suicide note. You know, Lyle, you wrote her that letter and said, come live with us, we'll be with you. And she rejected you and she punished you. And Lyle's response is, I wish I would have tried harder. They talk about the relatives say she wanted to die, which is the whole theme here. This is this mercy killing. And Lyle says, it's not my feeling. And Oziel had suggested that she was giving them permission to kill her. Now, Lyle, in this tape in which he's supposedly saying he killed his mother as a mercy killing because she was suicidal, says, you know, it's almost as if that's true. And says later, like you mentioned before. So it's clear where on one hand he's saying, yeah, we killed her because she was suicidal. He's saying things like, that's not my feeling. It's almost as if it's true, and you mentioned it before. So it's clear that he can't stay with the program. And he talks about Mom's sacrifices and all she could have been. And then he talks about Dad's not wanting to make sacrifices for the relationship, which is also old news. Because by this time, he's being very considerate of her. Oziel says, how much was the killing of Dad for you? And Lyle's answer was, it was not because of what he was doing to me. I had already splintered off. And that's very true. They speak sadly and fondly of both parents. And Lyle says, I feel uncomfortable and would cry when he said he loved me. In one paragraph, he describes Dad as emotional. and unemotional. Says he was crying on about 6 different occasions and says he never saw him cry. He talks about the fact that things are going to be much worse for Mom now because Dad's going into politics. But that's not going to happen for another 3 years. And Eric begins saying things like, I had no choice, and people don't know the truth, and it doesn't matter what they were, I want to remember them as they were when I was 14. Eric says, it eventually had to happen. It was ruining my life, and I guess Lyle's. I love my father. I just wish the relationship would have been better. He talks about being worried about Lyle's depression and that he might be suicidal. And then Oziel makes them do the hugging scene. And they say they don't like it. They say they hate it. And Oziel says, I don't care. They talk about thinking about killing the mother. And I suppose even if you on Thursday night are talking about acting in self-defense, you might view defending yourself against your mother as different than defending yourself against your father. Lyle says it was a dangerous situation. There was a little word here and a little word there. Now, how does that fit with the mercy killing? A little word here and a little word there is what happened. And a dangerous situation is what it was. Mr. Burt talked to you about Ann Burgess, and so there's no need for me to go through that, except for to refer to the fact that she told us about the limbic system, which is the biological explanation for what we all know on a common sense basis, which is that when you are afraid, when you're in a panic state, when you're in a high anxiety state, you operate differently. We all have heard stories about people who lift cars off of children trapped under them. And she talked about the fact that this is a panic state. It is an emotional state. It's not a thinking state. She talked about it being a disorganized crime scene, and Mr. Burt went through that. I don't think that there's really any need to go through it. But Ms. Bozanich said, you know, they almost got away with it. Well, if anybody had done a gunshot residue test on them that night or searched their car, they certainly wouldn't have gotten away with it. We brought Dr. Conti and Dr. Hart here for you to listen to. They came from out of state, I confess. They worked for amazingly little money. They're both professors. They don't make their money testifying in court. They both have international reputations. They both were given unlimited access to Lyle, to the witnesses, to the file. They could see who they wanted. They could read what they wanted. Dr. Hart wanted Dr. English to examine, or someone to examine Lyle. We had that done. And they told you after well over 400 hours invested for each of them, that they found that what Lyle Menendez said here was credible, made sense, was consistent with what they know about these cases. And Dr. Conti told you that it is his opinion that they acted out of fear that night. We're not talking about bad parenting, as Mrs. Bozanich describes it. We're talking about a world in which a child is terrorized and demeaned and ridiculed and rejected from birth on. If Dr. Hart and Dr. Conti were so absurd, had so little to say, were so wrong, then where are the prosecution experts? They have the same access to experts that we do. Their experts can watch videotapes, read transcripts, sit in court. They could see Lyle Menendez testify, they could see the experts testify, and they could come in and tell you, you know, when he said this, that's inconsistent. Everything I know says it doesn't work that way. And that study that Dr. Conti referred to doesn't really say that. No one came in and said that anything Dr. Hart said, or anything Dr. Briere said, or anything Dr. Conti said was wrong. I'm almost done. The maid came in to tell you that she never saw any problems in the house. this family for 9 months, never fought, never raised their voice, never had an argument, never did anything but be a perfect, happy family. You can decide how believable you think that is. Mr. Slotkin talked about the construction on the house and the impact on sound. He talked about Lyle and Eric Menendez, whom he'd never met. He introduces himself a couple days after their parents die, says, "I'm available. If I can give you any help, give me a call." It gives you an idea of the resources available to them, that they called a total stranger and asked him what to do. Now, these are the two young men who killed to get away from control. Lyle Menendez didn't want anybody telling him what to do, so he goes to a total stranger. He goes to his bodyguard. He asks everybody in the world what it is he's supposed to do. Grant Walker is the pool man, and I know it's late, but I'd like you to pay particular attention, if you will, on this, because I think in analyzing Grant Walker, it is extremely important to look at a number of things, part of which is what he has said on a number of different occasions. Now, first he told us that there were 3 people whose pools he serviced. We knew from Mrs. Ingram that he never serviced her pool. She was one of the names he gave. Mrs. Vassar had said before that he wasn't there, said on the stand he might have been there. Mr. Bartek said it could have been a week earlier. Mr. Bartek remembers that he found the problem, referred it to Mr. Walker, but he can't say definitely it was the week earlier. Look at what he has to say. He gets there at 2 o'clock and he's there for 45 minutes, and no one's getting ready to go fishing. They're supposed to be there at 3 o'clock. That doesn't make a lot of sense. He says that the patio furniture, which is by the guest house in this photograph, is here on the walkway between the tennis court and the pool. The table's there and the chairs are there. And Mark Heffernan says it wouldn't fit. Sometimes the parents would put the chairs up there, but they never put the table there because it wouldn't fit. You couldn't get by. And yet he talks about not only the table and chairs being there, but that he's walking back and forth, repairing the pool. He says in his interview with the police, Eric and Mom, and this is in July of 1993, are having an argument, and both boys are on the court. He says in court that Lyle and his mom are having the interview, and only Lyle is on the court. He calls the radio talk show. I don't care what name you use. If you call the radio talk show, it's because you want to be heard. You want people to know what you have to say. And he tells them, the boys were disrespectful. The parents weren't saying anything. And Eric had a fit because he missed a shot and engaged in foul language. And when he saw the pool man, he stopped and said hello. Now his testimony here is Kitty and Jose and Eric on the outside, Lyle on the tennis court, and Lyle in a fight with his mother. His version on the radio in August of '93 is Eric on the tennis court having a fit because of a missed shot, using foul language, apparently directed at nobody. The parents aren't saying anything, and he then says hi to the pool man. And then we have Mr. Bartek's version, who says Mr. Walker told him the fight was between Eric and Dad. And here he says Lyle and Mom. So now we have all combinations. We have Eric and Mom, we have Lyle and Mom, we have Eric and Dad, we have both of them on the court, we have Lyle on the court. We have a great variety of scenarios, and it's not a complex story to repeat. He talked about what was said. Now, just for comparison, think back when Perry Berman said that he was there for dinner one night, and the parents said, you have to leave, we're going to have a family meeting. and he knew it was about the pool table, and he remembered what people said. When you remember an incident, you remember what people said. And Mr. Walker, who I guess never uses foul language, was just aghast at having to say something. And what he said was not the content of any conversation, but some swear words. He said that the comments were from Kitty to Lyle about how Lyle was playing, and yet Mark Heffernan said in all the time he coached, he never heard Kitty make any comments to Lyle about the way he was playing tennis. If anybody did, it would be Jose. Mr. Walker wants you to think Jose is sitting there not saying anything. Mark, who was there regularly teaching him, never saw this kind of behavior by the boys, never heard them talking back. Mark told you he was the only coach at the time. So the coach, the dark-haired coach, who Mr. Walker describes on the tennis court, certainly was not any coach they had. He also tells you that he called the Beverly Hills Police Department the Wednesday after the homicides. And he says, I was there Saturday. I have information about these murders. Now, the last crime that I remember in Beverly Hills that got any kind of publicity at all was Zsa Zsa Gabor slapping a police officer. And so I have to believe that when two people are killed in their home with shotguns, the police are very interested in information. And the idea that he would call and say, I've got some information that may help you, and they would say, we're not interested, is unbelievable. And I think Mr. Walker and his testimony are unbelievable. Again, this is a theory. Doesn't have proof. My theory is this. He told his wife this story because it made him look important. And then she started telling other people, and he couldn't back down. And when she went to the police, he had to stick with the same story. But the story makes absolutely no sense at all. And if you get Eric Menendez's testimony read back, you will see that he's very clearly asked, were you there? And he says, I know someone's going to come in and say that we were home, or say that we weren't gone. But it's not true. And it is not true. Why would they be playing tennis at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they're supposed to be at the, from 2 until 2:45, when they're supposed to be at the marina at 3 o'clock on a fishing trip? And who's the mystery coach? And who's the fight really with? And who's on the tennis court? And what's the fight really about? It's not the kind of testimony that you can rely on. Mark Heffernan said he was there on Friday. He said it could be Thursday, but his best memory is it's Friday. He believes it's Friday. Eric Menendez says he believes that the practice was Thursday, and Lyle says he just remembers that his brother was playing tennis on Friday when he got up, but he doesn't remember seeing Mark there. He said he knows he didn't go on Saturday because of the fishing trip, knows they had no other coach, knows the patio furniture doesn't fit, knows Kitty doesn't comment during lessons, knows the boys didn't talk back to their parents like that. Karen Farrell, I will address only with regard, she obviously knew nothing about the family. Obviously, Kitty told her no more than she told anybody else. But there's this issue of the bridge date. Now, if she had a date to play bridge with Kitty and Jose Menendez on Sunday night, that only matters if Lyle and Eric knew that. Because we're talking about what their state of mind is. If they know Mom and Dad have a bridge date, then they're probably not going to think it's going to happen right then. But this was 10 o'clock on Sunday night, and nobody was playing bridge. So whatever Karen Farrell's plans may or may not have been, don't mean anything, because they were unknown to Lyle and Eric. I have probably 15 to 20 more minutes. Should I continue? Jamie Pisarcik. Jamie came in and told you a number of stories. And the prosecutor said that she probably lied about being engaged because she was so morally outraged at what her boyfriend had done. And without even commenting about her moral integrity, I think that to suggest that she should come in here and lie under oath about anything is not a proper suggestion. Let me deal first with the hairpiece. Jamie began her testimony saying that the discussion with Eric about Lyle having a hairpiece took place the summer of 1989. Now, we probably have a broad range of what summer is, but I sort of think of it as June, July, and August. And then she backed it up because she realized that since she broke up with him in April, it couldn't really be summer. So we then moved back to spring. And spring, she said, was probably March and April. And she knows she broke up with him in April, so probably wasn't then. But we went through her work records. The X's are days that she worked, and so it became apparent that the only time she could have possibly come out was the 22nd. And she said it was a weekend. She doesn't know how many days she was out for, but it would have had to have been the weekend of the 24th, 25th, 26th, around there. She said it was spring break. Well, you're going to get a document which shows you that spring break that year was March 11th to March 19th. So the week she's talking about is the following week. So it wasn't spring break. She said she was out here with Lyle for spring break, although Donovan Goudreau had already testified that he came with Lyle here on spring break. We showed you documents which indicated that the parents and Eric were in Florida from the 17th to the 24th, probably the 25th. We have a boarding pass for Mrs. Menendez coming back on the 25th. So we know she wasn't there till the 25th. And Eric, it's not clear if he was there the 24th or the 25th. And you'll see travel records, credit card receipts, placing them in Florida during this period of time. Mrs. Menendez's car was stolen on the 25th, and Jamie doesn't remember that. Seems like the type of thing you'd remember if you were out. And then on the 27th, and although the line isn't here, the travel records will then show that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez are out of town the rest of the month of March. And so it becomes apparent that Jamie wasn't here in March, and her April work schedule makes it impossible for her to be here in April. And so I asked her, since she was so sure it was spring, but now it was impossible for her to have been here at that time, if she wanted to move it back to February and wanted to go through those work records. She indicated she didn't, but she remembered for sure that she saw Hurly Burly, a play, while she was here. Well, there's a stipulation that's been entered into that Hurly Burly played from mid-November to sometime in January. I don't have the date, but you'll see it in your stipulation. So now summer has become January. And we do know that Jamie was out here in the fall of 1988. She was out here after Thanksgiving. There'd been testimony to that effect. And Ed Fennell remembered seeing her. Ed Fennell was here at the same time she was. She indicated Ed Fennell wasn't there. So I would suggest you from the work records alone, it becomes impossible for her to have been there in the summer, in the spring, and she's going to keep backing up to a date I guess we can't account for. But it seems to me that the difference between summer and January is substantial. And she didn't even say then, well, yeah, no, now I remember, it was January. I was there for Lyle's birthday, which is January 10th. She didn't say that. She said, well, no, it was sometime. And Detective Zoller told you that when she first talked to him about it, she said she'd overheard a conversation between Kitty and Eric. And when she testified here, she said Kitty wasn't around. So I think it becomes very clear that this testimony about Eric knowing about the hairpiece is false. Mark Heffernan, who was the coach, who was with the boys all the time playing tennis. They swam, never knew he had a hairpiece. And it is hard for me to imagine that Eric would have known about it and never teased his brother at some point in time when the coach was around. And no one else knew he had the hairpiece. We talked about the credit card because she had told this story that the police had said, gee, there's these credit card calls, and they seem to be related to you because they're calls to your mother or calls to your father or whatever. And she said, well, I had permission to use the credit card for that weekend because I had talked to Kitty and I was going to arrange for Lyle to be in this tennis tournament with me. Well, we all know how Kitty felt about Jamie, and there's no way she would have ever done anything to encourage that relationship, let alone loan her the phone card. And that certainly doesn't explain why she was using the phone card, and all the members of her family apparently were using the phone card for months and months before that time, but long after she'd broken up with Lyle. And when we went through the people who were called, at one point I said, what about this call? Richard Garrett. Richard Garrett? I don't know any Richard Garrett. And when I said, well, wasn't he your roommate when you were going to Mercer College? Oh, Rick Garrett. Yeah, that Richard Garrett. She told us that she had been told by Lyle long before he was arrested that his father had told him that he had sponsored her in sponsored her for this tennis travel, which would take her out of the country and away from Lyle. Now, the issue is really not whether he ever sponsored her or not. The issue is that he told Lyle that he had done that, and he evidently told Terry Baralt and a number of other people. But Jamie, when she went to the police, according to Detective Zoller, said she'd been watching the trial. She heard his testimony about this, and she'd contacted Mr. I can't remember his name right now. Zoll, I want to say, but she contacted him about this because she was so outraged at this trial testimony. Well, I think that sometime between talking to Detective Zoller the first time and coming in here to testify, she noticed, or someone pointed out to her, that the letter was dated January 1990. So it really didn't make sense that she would have, the letter that this man wrote back, Now, that's his name, the letter that Mr. Now wrote back to her was dated January of 90. So clearly she had made that inquiry long before Lyle was arrested and long before he ever testified here. She said she never broke off the engagement, and when she saw the letter which said, I hope you don't mind us postponing the engagement, I hope you have the ring in the safety deposit box, there wasn't a broken engagement, it was a postponement. She said that she was not really engaged in jail because how could you make wedding plans? And you'll have the letter to read in which she talks about her dress and the kind of flowers and who the attendants are going to be and where it's going to be and where the reception is going to be and how many people are going to be there. She also said that she never was proposed to by Lyle Menendez in the jail on his knees. And yet Tim Custer came in and told you about how excited she was the day she got the ring and told him all about Lyle proposing on his knees. She said she didn't live at the Princeton house. You'll see a letter which indicates that she clearly did. She said that she got books. She told Detective Zoller just a few months ago, well, I got books for Lyle all the time from the Walden bookstore. But I can only remember one, and that was something about sign language. And she comes in now and says, oh, I remember one was the BBC, which, has some significance in this trial. Now, she didn't remember it in June, I think, no, in November, when she talked to Detective Zoller on November 2nd. And she certainly never wrote about it in any of the letters that we have, but she did write about other books. She doesn't remember any of those. She writes, she said she wasn't involved in his business dealings, in which she and we showed her the letter, which you will have, in which she writes to Lyle and says, I know you're going to hire your friend Eric. Don't pay him more than $22,000 a year. Don't get taken advantage of as you always do. You got to be tough. If he's your friend, he should do it for free. You know how people always take advantage of you. I know it's none of my business, but you're mine, and so what you do is important to me. Totally contrary. We were able to show that he was supporting her. She was living in the Marina City Club. She said she wasn't being paid by him. We showed you 2 checks, which are marked paychecks, $750 and $750, and I think they're about a week to 10 days apart. I asked if he bought her a car. She said, well, yeah, he bought me a used car. And this was the $12,000 Saab that he drove up with a bow on it as a Christmas present. I asked her what happened to the diamond ring. She said, well, the stones fell out. But even with the stones having fallen out, she did sell it, and she did put the money in the bank. She talked about looking up cases. And she said very specifically, cases where kids are accused of killing their parents, claim sexual abuse, and get off. And she went to the library and she copied all of these cases. Now, Mrs. Bozanich indicated I had to bring in a legal expert to explain this to you because it's very complicated. Well, it's not really very complicated. I brought in a legal expert because I knew that Mrs. Bozanich would do, as she did on cross-examination, attempt to confuse the issue and not talk about trials. Talk about appeals from preliminary hearings where there are no defenses, no juries put on, or appeals from search and seizure issues. And she did. She tried to make it very complicated. But I think two things become very clear. One is Jamie Pazarsik's language, which I have for you. And do you remember the names of any of the cases? No, I do not. Now, you said that you read through some of the cases because you knew that they were about kids getting off who had killed their parents. Who were claiming sexual abuse. Is that correct? I remember that I did not read obviously in detail because they were lengthy, but I remember reading like an initial paragraph that gave a synopsis of what the case was about. I do remember reading that. And all of those cases were about kids who got off because they were sexually abused. That is what stands out in my memory in reading a specific case that stated that. Yes, when you said got off, they were found not guilty, they were acquitted because of this. Is that correct? Correct. And all of the cases were of that type, kids that were acquitted because they claimed sexual abuse when they were charged with killing their parents. Well, I remember reading several of them. I do not remember the context of every single case, but several of them, yes. But all of them that you read had that same theme. Yes, they were charged with killing their parents, they claimed they were sexually abused, and they were acquitted. Is that correct? That's what they were, yes. And were these cases in California, or were they in other states? I have no idea. I do not remember. But now you're very clear that they were kids who were acquitted. Well, yeah. If you would read something like that, I would say a red flag would go up in your head, and it did with me, and I went, wow, surprising, or whoa, surprising. And are you aware that if someone is acquitted or found not guilty, there is no appeal? I guess so. Are you aware that there are no published cases of children charged with killing their parents who claim sexual abuse and are acquitted? Did you know that? Well, maybe the ones Lyle was asking me to look at were appealed cases. I don't know. But you said that they were acquitted or found not guilty. Well, that is what I remember. But you remember specifically they were found not guilty. That was the context of the defense. Now, I'm not claiming that there weren't other times where we were repetitive, but we were certainly repetitive there for exactly this reason. Is to her, got off meant not guilty or acquitted. And if you are found not guilty or acquitted, there is no appeal, and there are no such cases. Now, Mrs. Bozanich asked her if she knew what manslaughter was, and she said, well, killing somebody. She clearly had no conception that manslaughter was anything significantly different. There's been no evidence produced here that she thought manslaughter was getting off. She talked about the synopsis, and when Mr. Janego was here, he said the synopsis always begins with, defendant was convicted of X. So even if it was manslaughter, that is a conviction, and it would say defendant was convicted of manslaughter. And she is talking about people who were acquitted, found not guilty, and got off. And there are no such cases. Lyle Menendez admitted here in court that he had asked Jamie to lie for him, that he had asked her to say that his father made a pass at her. And when she said, "No, I won't do it," he said, "I knew you wouldn't. I told Joel you wouldn't." And Joel was the lawyer. Lyle Menendez is a young man who sought advice from a lot of people and followed it. And he sometimes got very bad advice. And he did it, and it was wrong. And he has admitted it here. And the prosecution would have had to prove it to you through this witness. When he talked to Jamie in the jail, or wrote her the letter, he told her that he had been abused by his mother, and he did not tell her about being abused by his father. And I'd like to show you Lyle Menendez's words. Let me go back. Why were you ashamed? And he's talking about not talking about his father. I don't know why. I just felt like that was not something. I knew that Eric had talked to people about it, but I wasn't going to say what happened to me. Why not? I don't know. I mean, it was embarrassing, but it was really more than that. I just didn't want to say that my dad did those things to me. I didn't want to say the things he did to me. Why didn't you want to say what your dad had done to you? Because I was ashamed. Were you concerned about your father? I just didn't think I could go through that. One problem I felt was, see, this was Jamie. There are two problems. One was Jamie herself being my girlfriend, and I really felt concerned that she would feel differently about me, and it would affect our relationship if I revealed this to her. And you know, talking about what happened with my mother was just not the same. I didn't think she would see it as the same. And really, at that point in time, there was a whole other issue of whether I would ever talk about this to anybody. And if I was asked to be there, I never wanted to have to do what I did here. And it's been very depressing to have to do that. I felt drained since I've done it, and I felt like I betrayed my dad to some extent. There were a lot of things going on in my mind. I had a good relationship with my grandmother, and I didn't want her to hear those things from me. Your grandmother? You mean your father's mother? Right. You said you felt like you betrayed your father. Why is it a betrayal of your father? I just felt that way. I don't know why. Do you want people to think well of your father? I would have liked that. Why, after all he did to you, do you want people to think well of your father? I just missed the connection I had with him. And I loved him, and I felt, I guess, very guilty seeing my grandmother and people hurt. Do you feel like you have betrayed him now by the things you have told about him here in court? I have. How do you feel? I have betrayed him. How do you feel about having betrayed him? Just depressed and wishing, I don't know, sorry. It is the prosecution's obligation to prove the truth of their charges to you beyond a reasonable doubt. They have charged Lyle Menendez with murder. They have charged special circumstances. It is up to them to prove them. We have a tradition of proof beyond a reasonable doubt and of requiring that the prosecution substantiate their charges. And I would ask you that you hold them to that very high tradition which we've had for so long. You will be given various jury instructions to help guide you. It is our position here that after a lifetime of terror, these children were frightened. After a lifetime of threats, these children felt threatened. After a lifetime of a world filled with uncertainty in which you survived by your ability to read cues, they read cues and they read them wrong. The instructions will talk to you about heat of passion or emotions which cause judgment to give way to impulse and rashness. They will talk to you about an unreasonable but a good faith belief that you need to defend yourself, a belief which is the product of fear, delusion, or simple mistaken perception. It may be hard for you to believe that these parents would have killed their children. Maybe it wouldn't be hard. But is it so hard to understand how these children would have believed their parents would kill them? It is hard sometimes to look at pain. And we look away. We close our eyes in movies. We don't read the newspaper. We don't watch the news. I ask you now not to turn away from the pain and to see it for what it was and what it did to Lyle Menendez. I ask you to return a verdict guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yes, I am.
All right, you may proceed.
I will be concluding my remarks this morning so that you have some sort of timetable. I'll tell you a story right now. The story is about a man who I know, and this man grew up in an abusive environment, an environment dissimilar in some ways from the defendant's. This man grew up in a home where his father beat him constantly, and he beat his mother as well. And when this man was 12 years old, his mother died. She didn't die from beating. She died from complications of a hernia operation. But she died nonetheless. And he was left in the home, and the only adult was his father, who beat him all the time. His older sisters tried to look after him, but they wanted out of the house too, and so they did what women often do. They married young, and they left the house. When this young man turned 17, he was tired of the beatings, he was tired of the abuse, he was tired of his father. And so he did what many young men do. He ran away.
Referring to the facts that
Well, I don't know that yet, so I'll have to hear a little more.
He ran away from home and joined the Navy. Since he was only 17 years old, he couldn't be in the Navy, and so he spent one more year in high school. And the minute he turned 18, he ran away from home. He went back very rarely to see this father of his, and over the years he became a naval officer and then left the Navy and spent 35 years in the Navy Reserves. 35 years after he left home, his father was dying. He was an old man. He was still a nasty man, but he was an old man. And he called for his son, and he asked his son to come to him. "Please come to me, son. I'm dying. I want to make peace with you." And the son said, "No, I won't. Not after the way you treated me." So when Dr. Conti says that children who are abused generally love their parents, that's not true. This defense in this case is extremely...
Objection is overruled. You may proceed.
The defense in this case is extremely objectionable. For all the children who've been beaten to within an inch of their life, for all the children who've been scalded with hot water as punishment, who've been burned with cigarettes, who've been locked in rooms for days at a time, years at a time, and not fed, for those children who became adults. And let me say that throughout this trial you've heard the term "the boys," to the point where I'm sure that in your own mind you refer to the defendants as the boys, but they're not boys. On his next birthday, Lyle Menendez is going to be 26 years old. He was 21 years old, almost 22 at the time that he murdered his parents. And for all those children who were severely abused, for all those children whose parents put them in the hospital in truly life-threatening situations, this defense is an offense. And for those children who got out of the house and made lives for themselves and became productive members of society, this defense is an offense. Individual responsibility for one's actions, is the hallmark of becoming an adult. And in our society, we say adults are 18 years old. 18-year-olds in this country have been drafted and sent to die for their country. 18-year-olds are entitled to vote, they're entitled to marry, they're entitled to own property, they're entitled to enter into contracts, they're entitled to do everything a 35, a 50, and a 90-year-old is entitled to do, because 18-year-olds are adults in our society. And so don't be tricked by the repetition of the term, the boys, the boys, the boys. And how many times did you hear the murders referred to as the deaths? I often ironically thought of them as the day you made yourself an orphan. These are murders, ladies and gentlemen, and the repetition by the defense of terms such as the boys and the deaths is nothing more than the same thing that happened if you were late to school when you were a kid and you had to write on the blackboard, "I will not be tardy," 100 times. The repetition is done so that you will think that these men are boys and that these murders are deaths. And that is the purpose of the repetition, and that is the purpose of the use of the language. Keep in mind that this is the best defense Daddy's money could buy for his adult sons. Now, I have on the board a tree that was used by Mr. Burt in his argument, and I believe Ms. Lansing as well. And not very subtly, Mr. Burt told you that in order to avoid this portion of the trial, all you have to do is not find the defendant guilty of one count of first and one count of second. And he wasn't very subtle about it. He's basically telling you that if you want to see one of these kinds of trees this year, ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do is find one count of first and one count of manslaughter, and you can go home. And that's what he's telling you. And the thing about this is somewhat troubling is that you're going to have a jury instruction that the judge is going to tell you about today, and this is what the instruction says. In your deliberations, do not discuss or consider the subject of penalty or punishment. That subject must not in any way affect your verdict. Penalty or punishment, these two penalties, is something that you cannot consider at all when you are back there discussing guilt. If there is a second trial, then these things become relevant. And what the defense attorney is trying to do is, if you want to get out of here, if you want to go home, I'll show you the route out of here. Well, after the amount of time and effort that you have put into this case, that would be irresponsible. The defense has given you a chart talking about all the things that do not constitute beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, we prosecutors have our own charts. And here's the prosecution version. This is the counter chart to the defense chart. What this proves is nothing. What this proves is that lawyers use words. That is the tool of a lawyer, are words. And just as Ms. Pizarro said gotten off, and the defense attorney refers to it as acquittals, and people being found not guilty, lawyers use words. That is the tool of a lawyer's trade. I do the same thing. But let me just show you this chart quickly. Beyond a reasonable doubt is here. Beyond any shadow of a doubt is a higher burden. Beyond any doubt, absolutely certain and 100% certain. So you see, just as the defense can have their charts that show all the things that are not reasonable doubt, we also have a chart to show you all the things that are also beyond reasonable doubt. So all this proves is that in the battle of the charts, we have ours as well. Mr. Burt complained about the fact that the people used Exhibit 7 here in their argument. And so I put up a photograph that's been introduced. In fact, there are 2 copies of a picture of the Cookie Monster. It seems to me that this picture of the Cookie Monster sort of sums up what the defense has been trying to do in this case. The defendants made this mess. The defendants slaughtered their parents. And they put in photographs as ludicrous as the Cookie Monster in hopes of preying on your sympathies, in hopes of confusing the issues, in hopes of making you feel sorry for the defendant. Well, the judge is going to instruct you, and one of the first instructions he's going to give you is that you are not to be swayed by sympathy, passion, or prejudice. The fact that Lyle Menendez had the Cookie Monster when he was 16 years old is something you might want to consider in a second trial. But it's nothing for you to consider in this trial. And I ask you, when Lyle Menendez bought the $70,000 Porsche, did you take the Cookie Monster for a spin in the Porsche? One of the things that Ms. Lansing talked to you about is she talked about circumstantial evidence. She told you that the circumstantial evidence instruction gives the benefit of the doubt to the defendant, and that is true as to the first part of the instruction. But let me read to you the paragraph that I'm going to be discussing now. If the evidence as to any such specific intent is susceptible of two reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the existence of the specific intent and the other to the absence of the specific intent, you must adopt that interpretation which points to the absence of the specific intent. That means you're supposed to give the benefit of the doubt to the defendant. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of the evidence as to such specific intent appears to be reasonable and the other interpretation appears to be unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable interpretation and reject the unreasonable. So what that means is just because there are two interpretations, you're not supposed to abandon your common sense. You're supposed to use your common sense in evaluating the evidence. And if your common sense dictates that one version is reasonable and one is unreasonable, then you adopt that which is reasonable, even if the reasonable one points away from the defendant's version. Now, I have made a chart that is very simplistic, but I think that it's something that needs to be discussed because I think it's a very easy way to explain this concept of how you use circumstantial evidence. Okay? The question that's posed by this particular chart is what is the thing that's being described by these four bits of evidence? From the evidence in this hypothetical trial, we find out that the thing we're talking about is 10 feet tall. Well, there are several things that are 10 feet tall. A tree can be 10 feet tall, a building can be 10 feet tall, and an elephant can be 10 feet tall. Let's assume for this hypothetical that the people are trying to prove an elephant. So, the interpretation favoring the people for this particular fact that it's 10 feet tall is the elephant. An interpretation which leads away from the people would be a tree. So under the defense analysis, you would have to adopt that this is a tree, all right? Next, it's gray in color. The winter sky is gray in color, a mouse is gray in color, and an elephant is gray in color. Under the defense interpretation of how you use circumstantial evidence, I'm trying to prove it's an elephant, they're trying to prove it's not an elephant, therefore you would adopt, let's say, either that it's a mouse or the winter sky. Under the third piece of evidence, this thing has a trunk. An elephant has a trunk, a set of luggage has a trunk, or a car has a trunk. Again, under the defense interpretation, this fact would have to be interpreted away from the elephant and to the car or the set of luggage. Lastly, the last fact is it has large ears. A basset hound has large ears. B, an elephant has large ears. And C, a rabbit has large ears. Again, under the defense rationale, you would have to find that this is anything but an elephant. Of course, the problem with that is that I've told you that there's a second part to the circumstantial evidence instruction, and that is that you use your reason. Well, what thing of all these interpretations is 10 feet tall, is gray in color, has a trunk, and has large ears? It has to be an elephant. There is no other reasonable interpretation of these four facts. So, when the defense attorney tells you that you always have to adopt that which favors the defense, that's only if it's reasonable. And in this particular case, the version that it's a building, a mouse, a set of luggage, or a basset hound, you put those together and you get nothing. So keep in mind that when you talk about circumstantial evidence, you also talk about common sense. One thing I'd like to point out about this case is these particular defendants had never been put in the hospital due to a beating by their parents. They had never been threatened. If in fact Mr. Menendez, who appears to have had a Latin temper, told people that he was going to kill them, he never threatened them with a weapon. He never threatened his sons with a weapon. They were never put in a life-threatening situation. They were never put in a situation where they'd been placed in the hospital due to beatings, as many people are. And so when they talk about the honest belief in the need of self-defense, there had never been a situation which had ever put them into the state where they would reasonably and honestly have believed that they needed to use self-defense. And so it seems to me that to equate their situation with people who have been placed in that situation, battered wives and battered children, who have been hospitalized, who have been severely beaten and burned and bruised, is again an insult to all those people who survived and went on to lead productive lives. Mr. Burt challenged the prosecution to elect a time when the conspiracy was formed, and the conspiracy was definitely in place, and we don't know exactly when they agreed because the defendants aren't going to admit to you that they conspired to kill their parents in a premeditated way, but certainly when they went to San Diego to purchase the shotguns, by then things were firmly in motion. Now, the defense attorneys are going to ask you, and they have asked you, to return a conviction of involuntary manslaughter. Let me give you an example of what an involuntary manslaughter is. Involuntary manslaughter is you get mad at someone and you shove them. You shouldn't have shoved them. It's unlawful to shove someone. It's called an assault. And that person falls down, and because of fate, they hit their head on a rock or the curb, and they hit their head, and they pass out, and they bleed to death. That is an involuntary manslaughter, ladies and gentlemen. The person who did the shoving had no intent to kill at all. The person who shoved was wrong for shoving, but that is a classic case of involuntary manslaughter. There are certain things, you've got to look at this case from the point of view of what the defendants were faced with at the time of their arrest and were faced with at the time that this case started trial. There are certain things that the defendants cannot explain away, and have not explained away during the defense argument. They have not explained away Eric Menendez's very detailed description to you of what happened at the Big Five in Santa Monica. Now, the defense tried to confuse the issue. They brought in photographs. They cast doubt upon whether it was really the Big Five store, but they haven't explained it away. They cannot explain it away. It is something that will not go away. They cannot explain away Mark Heffernan when he said, I gave a tennis lesson to Eric Menendez on August the 18th, and I know my best guess it's the 18th is because Eric said we're going on a fishing trip tomorrow. There was never any evidence in this case that the fishing trip was scheduled for any other day but Saturday. And so Mr. Heffernan cannot be explained away by the defense. Ms. Lansing did not even address, and I don't believe Mr. Burt did either, the alibi route, what I call the alibi route, where the defendants went after the murders. Now, another fact that supports the people's theory that they bought the tickets for the movie before they killed their parents is under the defendant's versions of what they did during their alibi route. They would have gone to the movie theater with blood all over their clothes. Now, we know that Lyle Menendez had the presence of mind to think about fingerprints on the shotgun shells. He would have had the presence of mind to notice, hey, we're going up to buy movie tickets with blood all over us. So another fact which supports the fact that they did buy these movie tickets beforehand is the fact that they couldn't have gone up to buy those tickets with blood all over them. It would have been far too risky. The defense makes a lot of fun of Mr. Walker, and I'll talk about him a little bit more towards the end. But Mr. Walker and Mrs. Valerie, the woman who came in who said, yeah, he's been working on my pool on Saturdays except for at the beginning when he was trying to regulate the chemicals. How do you explain, was Mrs. Valerie lying? Are all the people's witnesses lying? I mean, I didn't stand up here and tell you in my statement that all the defense witnesses are lying. I'm not going to tell you that this was a wonderful Ozzie and Harriet family where everybody was happy. Obviously, there were things wrong with the family. Obviously, these were not ideal parents. But the picture that's been portrayed by the defense is warped, it is slanted, it is there to get a result, and the result is to convince you that these murders were justified. And even if you don't believe that the defendants were acting in fear, again, the defense is trying to convince you that this, in fact, is a murder where you shouldn't care that the parents are dead. Going back to the law, again, murder is defined as the killing of a human being. Now that seems to a fairly simple element to show, but I think what the real defense is in this case is this, NHI. Now you may all wonder what NHI is. NHI is a term used by jaded prosecutors and homicide detectives to describe a murder in which no human being is involved. So for instance, if you're a deputy district attorney and the police come in with a case and let's say a drug dealer is killed, the police officer will say, I've got an NHI murder here. No human involved. It is a sick kind of joke, but nonetheless it's something that's used, and that is what the defense in this case is. It's NHI. No human involved. And really what the defense is saying to you subliminally is that Mary Louise Menendez and Jose Menendez were such horrible people that even though you couldn't possibly believe the events between August the 15th and August the 20th, it's okay because who cares if they're dead? The world is probably a better place without them. Well, one of the problems the defense has in this case is Mom. What about Mrs. Menendez? The defense is trying to portray her as a, well, at times they referred to her as a victim yesterday. When you read her letters that she wrote to her husband, and I'm not going to read them again, but I urge you to read the letters she wrote to her husband. And I urge you to think about what Dr. Conti said about what a horrible, selfish, awful woman she was. Read those letters and you will get a picture of the pain that she had, and you will get a picture of her humanity. This is a woman who loved her husband very much in spite of the horrible things he'd done. This is a woman who loved her children. She refers to her children as her gift to her husband. And this is a woman who the defense wants you to believe knew that her husband was having sex with his sons. When you read those letters, how can you reconcile the defense's allegations with the compassion and the humanity of the woman in those exhibits? This is Mary Louise Menendez before she became Mrs. Menendez. This is when she was Mary Anderson, Kitty Anderson. And this is Mrs. Menendez after she married Mr. Menendez and bore his two monsters. This is her before, and this is her after. And the problem for the defendants in this case is they can't explain adequately killing Mom. They just can't do it. This is a horrific crime. Dr. Burgess talks about the fact that overkill was involved. Well, the problem was Mom wouldn't die. Mom was sneaking away. And the defendants were afraid that she was going to live. And if she lived, all their plans would be thwarted. Because if Mom lived, she inherited. If Mom lived, she could turn them in. If Mom lived, there would still be that person in their life who would keep them from doing what they wanted to do with their lives. The defense complains about the fact that the people use these photographs, but it seems to me that this photograph is far more relevant than a photograph of a stuffed animal. What we're here to discuss in this case is August the 20th of 1989, not whether Lyle Menendez had 15 or 16 or 17 stuffed animals. And this is the woman, this is this horrible, vicious, awful woman who the defense has portrayed as a monster. And when you read her letters, you'll see that she's not. This is the problem the defense has. They can't explain this away. Miss Lansing said I didn't talk about her much in opening. That's right. because I knew I was going to talk about her in closing. So the defense can't explain her away. They try to show her as Dad and Mom were a cohesive unit. Right. Dad and Mom were real cohesive. She tried to commit suicide in November, I think, of 86 or 87. And one of the letters you're going to read is 10 days later, and her husband's out having a drink at 11:30 at night. He took her to the hospital when she had her overdose, but 10 days later, he's still coming home late from work. He's still making her nervous. He's still giving her the same excuses he gave her when he was out with his girlfriend. So, Mom and Dad as his cohesive unit is a ridiculous notion. That didn't happen. This woman was still a victim of her husband and a victim of her children. And can you imagine, this is the woman who gave her life for her husband. She allowed him to do what he wanted to do. She gave him the freedom that she thought he needed. She drove his sons hither and yon from lesson to lesson. She did their homework. She was a slave to everyone. And in the end, it took all those rounds to kill her. In the end, she didn't want to die. In the end, she wanted to live. The defense can't explain away Mark Slotkin and his discussion in front of you about the $5 million that the defense thought they were going to get. The defense can't explain away the Rolex watch 4 days after the slaughter. They can't explain away the 2 condominiums which Lyle Menendez purchased, one of them at or about the time that he got his first payment from the life insurance policy. They can't explain away the Porsche, and they can't explain away the restaurant. Now, Jamie Pizarsa got a $12,000 car from Lyle Menendez. Well, he had a $70,000 car. And things are all relative. You hear about sports stars who give $1 million to charity, and you think, wow, that's a lot of money. But if the sports star made $200 million that year, it's not such a big deal. Likewise, if Lyle Menendez had been driving a Honda Accord instead of a Porsche, then proportionately Jamie would have gotten a very nice bicycle. The defense can't explain away the computer erasure. They can't explain away Howard Witkin. Now, they can't tell you that Howard Witkin's a liar. I mean, I don't know how anybody could stand up here with a straight face and tell a jury that Mr. Witkin is a liar. So Lyle Menendez has this very elaborate story about how he wanted to trick his Carlos to see if Carlos was up to no good. But that is utterly and completely ridiculous. They can't explain away the fact that Lyle Menendez flew out specially one day to get at that computer, because even though Carlos Baralt, the non-lawyer executor of the estate, felt that a will in a computer would not be any good, Lyle Menendez couldn't take that risk. The family had found the wills that left the estate to the men, not the boys, the men. And Lyle Menendez had to make sure that there was no codicil, which is an addition to a will. He had to make sure there was nothing in that computer which would thwart he and his brother getting the estate. The other thing the defense can't explain away, and neither can their experts, is this notion that after acting in fear and slaughtering their parents, and even in this automatic state, reloading the gun for one last shot at Mom, how all of a sudden they snapped out of it, discussed, what are we going to do now? Well, let's go to the theater, let's get rid of the guns, let's get rid of the shotgun shells, let's get going. How did they switch from this automatic state where they didn't know what they were doing and miraculously only 2 rounds missed? How did they go from that state where they just were in a daze to the state where they were able to coolly and rationally figure out how to get themselves out of the mess? How did they go to the police department at 1:42 a.m. and start line and line and line? Now remember, Mr. Fenno said that the defendants were very good at telling detailed lies to their parents, so they obviously had had practice. But if Dr. Burgess is to be believed, somehow something occurred that snapped them out of it and started their thought processes at full tilt. And they were able to think up all these things and execute all these things in the miraculous time of 67 minutes, which we've proved to you could not have happened. They cannot explain away the December 11th tape. On that tape, which I urge you to listen to and follow along with the transcript, you will hear Lyle Menendez talking about planning to kill his parents. Now, Ms. Lansing tries to use the tape, as a good attorney would, to the benefit of the defense. I mean, when you have lemons, you make lemonade. And in this particular case, she tries to say that the December 11th tape shows that Dr. Oziel is a liar because there are certain things that are not contained in the December 11th tape. For instance, certain of the things that Dr. Oziel testified to are not made in the December 11th tape. But remember, Dr. Oziel testified that he had offered his services to Lyle Menendez in case he ever got caught, to try to explain the family constellation to help the defendants. And that is what the December 11th tape is. And remember the testimony, I can't tell you which part to remember and believe, but of Judalyn Smith. Judalyn Smith, in spite of her harebrained ways, corroborated Dr. Oziel in many respects. And some of the tapes that you'll have available to you of her various phone conversations with Dr. Oziel corroborate the fact of what occurred during that period of time. But the December 11th tape has Lyle Menendez in his own voice, coolly and calmly, not in an automaton state, not acting like a snail, not responding to his limbic system. Lyle Menendez is there talking about planning to kill his parents. It's as plain as day. Now, the defense says the prosecution has abandoned Dr. Oziel because his credibility was so thoroughly shattered. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's assume, and I'm not saying we have abandoned Dr. Oziel, but let's say Dr. Oziel is the biggest liar in the world, and I'm not saying he is. But even if he were, the defense hasn't proved he can't work a tape recorder. And once that tape came in, all the attacks on Dr. Oziel seem a little silly, because basically you will hear in his own voice Lyle Menendez talk about planning to kill his parents. Now, those words, planning to kill, are nowhere in Dr. Oziel's lengthy talks with the defendants on the December 11th tape. The defense wants you to believe that just as they keep saying the boys, the boys, the boys, Dr. Oziel kept saying the plan, the plan, the plan. Remember, Dr. Burgess said that at one point on this tape he used the word control 15 or 19 or some such number of times. And that was to indicate to you that he was repeating the words to brainwash the defendants. Well, I challenge you to listen to Dr. Oziel talk about the plan to kill Mom. On that tape, there's nowhere where Dr. Oziel analogizes killing Mom to getting rid of the dog. On that tape, also, interestingly, is Lyle Menendez's description of how much money his father earned and the fact that his mother had no knowledge of the $5 million policy. There's nothing on that tape where Dr. Oziel's telling him to say that. This tape was made by the defendant to help him later on. But of course, the facts contained in that tape are not good enough. This defendant concocted his defense. He made it up. Now, why should you believe Lyle Menendez? Lyle Menendez is an admitted liar. He lied and lied and lied in order to keep himself from being caught. Why wouldn't he lie in order to keep himself from being convicted? The stakes are much higher now. Before, the idea of being caught was something that always was nipping at his heels, but it was never real. It never happened until March of 1990. Now it's real. Now it's happened. Now he's got plenty of time and all the motivation in the world to lie to you. And the defense has not given you one good reason why you should believe him. And as a matter of fact, as to the events of August 15th through August 20th, we have proved that much of what the defense says happened did not happen. And the defense can't get away from that. Now, they try to muddy the waters, they try to explain it away, they try to give you let's just give you more photographs of the Big Five and maybe somehow you'll get confused. But they can't explain that away. Miss Lansing made mention many times of the fact that Lyle Menendez admitted things to you. Therefore, you should find, well, he didn't have to admit that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at it from the point of view of the defendant. He had to admit that he bought the shotguns in San Diego. Let's assume Lyle Menendez had denied it. Let's assume he and his brother had denied it. What would the evidence have shown? The evidence would have shown that someone using Donovan Goudreau's driver's license, and you're going to see the picture of Mr. Goudreau on the driver's license, and the driver's license number in the picture of his license matches the driver's license number on the shotgun purchase records. So we know that was the license presented. Someone named Donovan Goudreau signed that form on August the 18th and bought 2 shotguns. Somebody killed Mr. and Mrs. Menendez using 2 shotguns, most likely. It could have been 1, but most likely from the number of rounds fired and from what the neighbors heard, 2 shotguns. Donovan Goudreau was Lyle Menendez's roommate in college. Can you imagine what you would have thought of that if he hadn't admitted it? And Wesley Gross came in and said, I can't make the handwriting positively, but between Donovan Goudreau, Eric Menendez, and Lyle Menendez, the handwriting most closely resembles Eric Menendez. Well, that's good enough, ladies and gentlemen. Can you imagine what we would have thought of the Menendez brothers if they said we didn't buy the shotguns? They had to admit it. They had to admit it in order to sell their story to you. The reloading. He admitted he reloaded. Well, in spite of what Miss Lansing says, in spite of Mr. Burt's, I have no idea why he brought up the number of pellets to you. I think he said there were 56 pellets recovered. Well, we know the 56 pellets, I think it was 23 or 27 rounds of buckshot, or 27 pieces of buckshot per round. If there are 56 pellets, all that proves is that 2 rounds plus were fired. But we know from Deputy Van Horn that at least 8 rounds were fired, and we know from the crime scene that more rounds than that were fired. So the defendant had to admit reloading. Can you imagine if he hadn't admitted he reloaded? After Mrs. Lord and Miss Crone came in and said that they heard a pause, after we were able to show you that some rounds were birdshot and some rounds were buckshot, after we were able to show you the number of rounds which were fired, if they had come in and denied the reloading, can you imagine how bad that would have looked for them? They have to admit it. Now, Ms. Lansing makes much of the fact that Lyle Menendez took responsibility for the contact wound to his mother and to his father. Well, we proved to you that there was a contact wound on the mother and a contact wound on the father. Can you imagine what you would have thought if these defendants had broken ranks and started pointing at each other? Hey, I didn't do that. No, I didn't do it either. Can you imagine what you would have thought of the defense if they broke ranks and they started pointing the finger at each other? They had to admit that. They had to admit they'd been to the movie theater. See, that's the big problem with this alibi route, you see. They have to admit, we know they got rid of the shells because the crime scene has no shells. They've got to admit it because what else can they say? We know they took the guns from the crime scene because the police were there shortly after they called. There were no shotguns there. They had to admit that too. So they had to admit getting rid of the shells. They had to admit getting rid of the guns. And they had to admit going to the movie theater because they had information that they only could have had if they'd gone to the theater, which was License to Kill was sold out. Now you have the TV listings of when those movies ran that night. And everyone knows when you go to the movies, there's at least 10 to 15 and maybe 20 minutes of previews before the actual movie starts. And we've stipulated as to how long each movie was, and they're approximately, one movie is about 7 minutes longer than the other, but they started at different times. And based upon what the defendants told you, do you really think that when he went to the movie theater, that License to Kill was still playing, and that the clerk would have said, oh, that movie is sold out for the 8 o'clock performance? By the time they got to the theater, License to Kill was over. And the reason they knew it was sold out is because they went to the movie theater before they slaughtered their parents. But you see, once they told the police that they knew License to Kill was sold out, they had to admit to you that they'd gone to the movie theater. Can you imagine what you would have thought of them if they'd taken the stand and said, no, we never went to the movie theater? And then the prosecutor says, well, then how did you know License to Kill was sold out? There was no way for them to find out unless they'd been to the movie theater. So they had to admit that. Of course, by admitting it, it really messes up their alibi route after because there's not enough time to do everything they said they did. The defense has to admit that they called Perry Berman, that Lyle Menendez called Perry Berman. I mean, can you imagine if they came in here and said Perry Berman was a liar? No, we never called him, we never made plans with him. Because we have the phone records on Mr. Menendez's U.S. Sprint card, which shows a phone call from the Santa Monica Civic where Taste of L.A. was playing. Remember, Lyle and Eric told Sergeant Edmonds, we went to Taste of L.A. We have the phone record there. Can you imagine what would have happened in trial once they got caught? If they'd come in and said, Perry Berman? Who's Perry Berman? I mean, they could do that. They had to admit it. They had to have changed their clothes sometime during that night because we know from Dr. Burgess that they got blood on them. Common sense tells you they got blood on them. But we know when they went to see the police, they weren't that dumb. They weren't going to go with blood on them. So that's another thing that they have to admit, that they changed clothes, because otherwise you wouldn't have believed anything out of their mouths. The defendant is stuck with the fact that he went shopping after he killed his father. He's stuck with the watch, he's stuck with the Rolex, he's stuck with the Porsche and the restaurant and the condominiums. I thought it was interesting that Ms. Lansing tried to impeach Richard Wenskowski with the fact that he didn't remember or didn't admit going to a nudie bar when he was in Los Angeles. Now, I don't know that much about what kind of entertainment Mr. Wenskowski likes. It could be that he goes to a lot of them and one is as good as another. I don't know. But they want you to believe that he's a liar because of that. And yet Lyle Menendez admitted he bought the Porsche. He admitted he hired the bodyguard. He admitted all those things. So what is it Mr. Wenskowski's lying about? Why is it that all the prosecution witnesses that they don't like are liars? Why is that? Doesn't that seem a little perplexing in light of the fact that the history of lies belongs to the defendants? Lyle Menendez is stuck with the computer erasure. I mean, as I said earlier, they can't say Mr. Wicken's a liar. I mean, that would just be stretching credulity. Nobody could say that. Lyle Menendez is stuck with the bribe offer to Jamie Bozarcik. He's stuck with it. He had to admit it. And they're stuck with the fact that they lied to everyone, especially their family. Now, can you imagine if they came in and said, we never lied to anyone? Well, then we have the reporters they lied to, their family members, who they were relying on these family members to come in and try to bail them out. But they lied to their family members. And so in order to give their family members credibility so the family members wouldn't hurt them too much, they had to admit, yeah, we lied to our family. They're also stuck with their voices on the December 11th tape. They're stuck with that. They cannot get away with that. And they have to admit, well, you know, those are their voices. So what do? They call in Dr. Burgess, the woman who is an expert in snails. She's an expert in critiquing other therapists. She's an expert in nursing. She's an expert in crime scene reconstruction. And I'll bet you if needlepoint were in this trial, if somebody had been needlepointing, she would be an expert on needlepointing too. She was an expert on anything you needed in this case. And she comes in and she says, well, one other thing I'm really good at is therapy. And look at what a crummy therapist Dr. Oziel is. Let me show you all the ways he messed up on this tape. It's like, time out, lady. This tape is not about Dr. Oziel. This is not a malpractice trial. We're not here to get money damages against Dr. Oziel. Let's talk about what the defendant said. And she said, I can't see anything wrong with that. Well, I say to you, ladies and gentlemen, there is none so blind as she who will not see. And in light of overwhelming, obvious, reasonable evidence, all she did is focus on the malpractice trial of Dr. Oziel. And you know what? Dr. Oziel is the most maligned person in this case. Because whatever you think of Dr. Burgess, if you listen to what he was trying to do with these defendants, and she said it was wrong for him to have them hug each other. Why? He was trying to help these people. He was trying to help these people. He was trying to help himself. Whatever you think about his extramarital affairs, the man is not indecent. He did not extort these defendants. He didn't turn them in. He was trying to help them. He was trying to save his life. He was trying to strike a balance between being a therapist and being a potential victim. And even if you don't buy that and you don't like Dr. Oziel, you can't deny the fact that it doesn't take a lot of talent to turn on a tape recorder. And the defense can't explain that one away, in spite of Dr. Burgess and her pickiness and her focus on Dr. Oziel's bad acts. I mean, after all, Dr. Oziel may have had a mistress, but he's got no dead bodies in his wake. And I'm sure the defense isn't going to argue that Dr. Oziel convinced these defendants to kill their parents so he could use that fact to control his girlfriend. I mean, that seems to be the next logical step. Somehow Dr. Oziel made this big mess in order to control his wife and his girlfriend. Dr. Oziel is not the bad guy in this case. The bad guy is sitting right there. Dr. Burgess talked about the crime scene, and she talked about how imperfect it was, and I've talked about this in my opening statement. But she ignored the fact that they removed the shells. She ignored the fact that they removed their weapons. And she ignored the fact that there was no physical evidence of identity left at the scene. See, the beauty of doing the crime in the home is that any fingerprints or their presence in the house at all could be easily explained. They live at the house. But let me say something else about them living at the house. These two men were of age. Let's say that Mr. and Mrs. Menendez had thrown them out and said, that's it, I'm tired of it, you're out of here. These defendants had no right to live in that house. It was not their house. It was their parents' house. And there are many people whose parents say, when you turn 18, you're out of here. And those people have no right to come after their parents for support or a home or anything else. So although this was their home, it was really their parents' home. And their parents were continuing to support them in their lifestyle, support them while they screwed up, and support them while they were spoiled, vicious brats. Now, I'm not going to tell you that these defendants didn't have some unhappiness in their life. It's very clear they did. And let me talk to you a little bit about the experts. The experts came in and they talked about child abuse. Well, if you believe the defendants, they were abused, and you don't need an expert to tell you that. If you believe what the defendants told you about what happened to them, they were abused. And the idea that violence begets violence, in other words, if your parents beat you, then you will learn how to beat other people. You don't need an expert to tell you that. Common sense and your life experience, and just look at society. You know that's true. You see, the thing about the experts is the experts based their entire discussion on their belief in what the defendants told them. But again, the experts closed their eyes to the truth. They closed their eyes to the impossibility of what happened between August the 15th and August the 20th. So the defense says, well, the prosecution didn't call any experts. Well, we can't put on an expert to say, I don't believe the defendants. That's not permissible. It came out in cross-examination when I was cross-examining the experts, because that's the basis of everything they're saying. But the prosecution can't put on an expert to say, I don't think the defendants are telling the truth. The principles about child abuse are correct. There are no set things that tell you that a child has been abused. Child abuse has all different kinds of results. Some kids get abused and they do fine. Some kids get a little bit abused and they do hideously. That's what Dr. Briere said. He was right. That's true. So there's no reason to bring in an expert to say, yeah, that's right. That's exactly what happens. Because you see what the defense has done, the defendant has done, is he's tailored his defense in order to meet all of the requirements of the experts. So the issue is not what do the experts say, it's whether or not you believe the defendant. And if you believe the defendant, then he was abused. And if you don't believe the defendant and you don't believe his brother about the sexual abuse, then they weren't abused. And you know what? It doesn't matter. Because we know and we have proved to you in this courtroom that the defendants lied about many of the things that form the underpinning of the events of August the 15th through August the 20th. And do you really think that child abuse justifies murder? That they did not act out of fear. They premeditated. And whether they were abused or not, the abuse would provide, in my opinion, motive to kill. Not all abused kids love their parents. Some abused kids hate their parents. Kitty Menendez was prone to rages. She had a temper. It appears that Jose Menendez had a temper too. It appears these people got angry. Why wouldn't their children be angry too? I mean, you learn behavior from your parents. Why is it they won't say that they're angry? They're not angry, they're not angry. Well, they can't admit they're angry, because if they're angry, that gives them a motive for killing their parents in a premeditated way. One thing I'd like to note about Dr. Burgess, and she came in here and she gave this critique. After everything she's told you, think about if there was somebody that you really disliked and you wanted to murder them. Think about planning out a murder, and think about all the contingencies, because you want to do it perfectly and you don't want to get caught. And you know what? It's really difficult to do, because you can never predict how your victim's going to behave. You can't predict the weather. You can't predict if someone might drive by at the wrong time. You can't predict what's going to happen. There are so many contingencies in this kind of plan that you can't account for all of them. Dr. Burgess would have you believe that anybody who gets caught couldn't have premeditated, because if they premeditated, they would have done it perfectly and therefore couldn't have gotten caught. And that is a ridiculous notion, but that's basically what she's saying. That if you got caught, you were a poor planner, which means you didn't plan at all. And that is not true. That is a total abuse of words. One thing I'd like to note about Dr. Oziel. Remember, Dr. Oziel is the one that talked to the defendants on November the 2nd about starting this defense. This defense of abuse, this defense was actually started by Dr. Oziel. He's the one that said, if you get caught, I can help you with your family constellation to explain why you did what you did. So this is something that was planted long before the defendants were even caught. The testimony of the coroner, I went through that already, but let me just say one thing. If you look at the photographs, of the crime scene, there's something on the couch here. It's a remote control for a television. Mr. Menendez got shot in his left elbow. The remote control is right next to where his left elbow would have been. In addition, we've shown you that there was a TV guide open to the evening listings for the television. And if you look at his legs, and you can't see them in this photograph, but you'll see them in others. If you look at his feet are crossed, and the sides of his feet are resting on the ground. And I'd like you to look at those photographs and ask yourself, what was he really doing at the time that he was shot? Now, the defense, I think, has him in a preposterous position. They have him with his arms up like this and his leg extended so that all these shots could have been fired to him. And maybe he was hopping around the room to get these particular shots. That's not a reasonable explanation of how this happened. And remember, if circumstantial evidence, one is reasonable and one is not reasonable, you adopt that which is reasonable, even if it's detrimental to the defense. I'm not going to go through all the witnesses again, but I'd just like to point out to you the following things. In the summer of 1975, Alan Anderson stayed with the Menendezes. In the summer of 1976, Kathy Simonton and Diane Vandermolen stayed with the Menendezes. In the summer of 1977, Alan Anderson stayed with the Menendezes. Between June 1st and September 21st of 1978, Diane Vandermolen stayed with the Menendezes. For 2 weeks in 1979, Diane Vandermolen stayed with the Menendezes. From June of '82 until July of '83, Diane Vandermolen stayed with the Menendezes. In July of '86, Marianne Cano stayed with the Menendezes. And between November of '88 and March of '89, Ed Fenno stayed with the Menendezes. What child molester invites strangers into his home to catch him child molesting? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Lyle Menendez testified that when he was 13 years old, he heard noises behind closed doors which led him to believe that his brother was being abused. Why didn't these people, all these people who stayed during the summers, why didn't they describe the noises that Lyle Menendez said he heard? Ladies and gentlemen, sex has a distinctive sound, and I don't know if this has happened to any of you, but sometimes you can tell what's going on behind closed doors just by the sound of what's going on. Why didn't any of these people hear any of that? Ms. Lansing talked about Perry Berman and that he really isn't an alibi. Well, Perry Berman couldn't have been with him at the exact time of the shootings because that would, of course, be a witness. Perry Berman was part 2 of the alibi. Part 1 of the alibi was going to the movies. And remember, the defendants had seen both Batman and License to Kill before they went to the theater that night, so that if they were asked, well, what was the plot, they would be able to relate that plot. That shows signs of premeditation. Perry Berman was for the second half. In other words, we were at the movies, and then here's a live person who can say that we were with him, and we couldn't, and we know what happened in the movie theater. One was sold out, and we know the plot of the movie we saw, and now we're with Perry Berman. Our time is covered. They couldn't have been with Perry Berman at the time of the shootings, but they could be with him shortly thereafter. And the reason Lyle Menendez called him back is because Perry Berman was supposed to be with them when they discovered their parents, so that Perry Berman could be a witness to their shock and dismay at this discovery. Perry Berman, of course, was acting decently and said, hey, I don't want to wake up your parents. I mean, Mr. Menendez was supposed to help him get a job in a couple weeks. So Perry Berman said, no, I don't want to do that. I'll meet you at the Cheesecake Factory. So the defendants were on their own. But this point about him not being an alibi witness is incorrect. I'd like to talk to you about some photographs. First of all, this particular photograph, which is Exhibit 194, is a photograph of Lyle Menendez in the backseat of a car. And I think Lyle Menendez testified that he was purposely looking sad, that he trained himself to look sad when he lost because that's what his father expected. Remember, Lyle Menendez said that his father taught him to be the master of his emotions. He indicated that he purposely looked sad when he lost because that's what was expected. This is an actor in training, ladies and gentlemen. Now, here's the photograph that the defense is pinning their hopes on. It's Exhibit 232. This is one of the two. Look at this particular photograph and ask yourself, how tall was the person who took the picture of his brother in this photograph? On the same roll, you will see another photograph of the dishwasher. You see? And look at the height of the person who took this particular photograph. I suppose Mr. Menendez could have been stooped down when he took a picture of his dishwasher and his son. But look at these two photographs and ask yourself, if Mrs. Menendez was so concerned about public image, and if Mrs. Menendez knew her husband was a child molester, why did she package up these photos and label them as Eric's 6th birthday party? Who took these photographs, ladies and gentlemen? It's very easy for the defendants to say their father took them. He's not here to say he didn't. But if you look at the photographs and you look at the roll and look at the complete roll, how tall is the person who took these two photographs? One of the things that Ms. Lansing told you about was that it was her theory that what caused the great change in the relationship between Mr. Menendez and Mrs. Menendez was that Mrs. Menendez was blackmailing Mr. Menendez. That she had said to him, this is just her theory, Jose, I know you're a child molester, and if you don't stay with me, I'm going to tell everyone. Well, first of all, what really happened is Mrs. Menendez tried to commit suicide, and I don't understand how that can be ignored. You have Exhibit 336, which are the hospital records of her going to the hospital. You'll see in there that she took an overdose of her medication. You'll see in there that she also tried to take more medication at the hospital. This woman was very distressed. And whether she really intended to kill herself or to scare the heck out of her husband, it seems to have had its effect. So when Ms. Lansing says there's no evidence to show what changed the relationship, this is an exhibit offered by the defense. It's Kitty Menendez's hospital records. And it seems to me that if Mr. Menendez was this murderous, horrible person, this person who would kill everyone in his family, if Kitty Menendez was blackmailing him and she was suicidal and she was taking drugs, how hard would it have been for him to slip her a few extra? I mean, if he was really this horrible person who would do that kind of thing, her suicide, she's got one suicide attempt on the books. They have medical records of it. If she was blackmailing him, all he'd have to do is give her a few extra Xanax and that would be it. No, this man actually took her to the hospital when she attempted suicide. According to Marzi Eisenberg, he didn't love her anymore, but he was very concerned about her. He didn't want his wife. He didn't want the mother of his children to die. So this is not a man who's a homicidal maniac. This is a man, he's 45 years old, he's making a lot of money, he's extremely successful. His wife is suicidal, she's depressed, probably getting to be menopausal, and he was concerned about her. So this notion that she was blackmailing him with this dirty secret, you read the letters that she wrote. You read the letters that she wrote, and then you ask yourself, did this woman know that her husband was molesting her sons? Terry Berald and Carlos Berald, I mentioned, yes, I think that they were the most credible of the witnesses who talked about the family constellation. But keep in mind, they may have been frequent observers of the Menendez family, but they were not the most recent observers. You see, they lived with the Menendezes on the East Coast, and when the Menendezes moved to California, they no longer were in constant everyday contact, and yet they noticed the change in the relationship between Mr. Menendez and Mrs. Menendez. Well, who knew the family socially out here? Who saw Mrs. Menendez quite frequently? It was Karen Farrell. Now, the defense wants you to believe that people can't change or people can't try to change. So Karen Farrell says that she saw Mr. and Mrs. Menendez hug their children. Well, Lyle Menendez, Eric Menendez, and Mrs. Menendez had all been to a therapist, and on occasion, Mr. Menendez had gone to a therapist with Mrs. Menendez. If, in fact, they were hugging their children, maybe that was part of this new game plan to try to make the family more cohesive. So when Karen Farrell says she saw them hugging, it is clear that there was a change in the relationship, that Mr. Menendez was trying harder in California to be pleasant to his wife than he was on the East Coast. Ms. Lansing showed you some blue pieces of paper that had evidence, testimony on them. And one of the things she did is she took these letters that you're going to be looking at, and she talked about the fact that Kitty Menendez talked about her father, and the next thing she did is she talked about sex. Well, clearly she wants you to believe that Mrs. Menendez was sexually abused by her father. That is an outrageous notion. But let's talk about something for which there is more evidence. Let's talk about Eric Menendez. Mrs. Menendez, according to Eric Menendez, Mrs. Menendez wanted him very badly to get a girlfriend. Mrs. Menendez was worried about his sexuality. Eric Menendez testified that he was concerned about his sexuality, and Eric Menendez indicated his father called him a faggot. Now, Eric Menendez admitted that his father had disowned him, but he said the reason his father had disowned him is because he wasn't opening up in tennis. So if you want to draw inferences about people's sexuality, let's look at the evidence in the case. What was it? Who were the friends that Eric Menendez referred to in the December 11th tape, the friends that he couldn't tell his mother about? What was the family secret in this case? Look at the evidence and think about it. Was Mr. Menendez going to disown his son because he wasn't opening up in tennis? So rather than think about whether or not Mrs. Menendez had been molested by her father, look at the evidence in the case that talks about another secret in the family. Roger Smith, according to the defense, is a man who should be believed, but he's the man who spoke at the funeral of the man that he intensely disliked. It seems that Roger Smith is a man who will say whatever the occasion calls for, be it a funeral or a courtroom procedure. Mary Dominguez was the woman who helped Mrs. Menendez. She helped close up the Slotkin house and establish the Menendez house. And she talked about these magazines that she found, these gay magazines. And I'd like to ask you, in light of what I've just talked about, whose magazines were they? In this particular case, the victims have been put on trial. Dr. Oziel has been put on trial. Witnesses have been called to repeat the same things over and over again so that the repetition will get into your brain and won't get out. One thing about repeating things, I'd like to point out that Dr. Conti was able to get up and recite the exact litany of things that happened to Lyle Menendez in his life, and he was able to recite the events of August 15th to August the 20th. Now, Dr. Conti, if he can do that with the amount of preparation he's had, can you imagine what Lyle Menendez can do with the amount of time and motivation he has to repeat those same facts? My point is that Dr. Conti could go through them fact by fact and tell you exactly who said what. He even gave you exact dialogue. Well, if Dr. Conti can do that, why couldn't Lyle Menendez? Grant Walker. Poor Mr. Walker. Mr. Walker was offended by what he heard. He was so offended he didn't want to say the words in court. And it's very hard to imagine that anyone couldn't have had a little compassion for this man who obviously wouldn't say a bad word if he had to. And the judge urged him and he wouldn't do it, and he didn't want to say these bad words. And this is this vicious, lying, horrible person who came in here for his 15 minutes of fame. Well, I guess really you have some choices with Mr. Walker. Either A, Mr. Walker is lying, he's not a pool man, he's a media hound. Or B, Mr. Walker is telling the truth, but he's got the wrong weekend. Or C, Grant Walker didn't really remember where he was when John Kennedy died. Or D, Grant Walker is telling the truth and the defendants are lying. Seems to me that D is the most likely possibility. Seems to me that Mrs. Valerie didn't come in here and lie to you about the day her pool man comes to clean her pool. I'm going to be done in 5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, is it so hard to believe that rich people as well as poor people resort to violence? We live in a very violent world. We live in a world where most people can't even govern themselves without violence. In Yugoslavia, they're killing each other. In Somalia, they're killing each other. The Irish Republican Army continues to kill each other. And in Southern California, we slaughter each other all the time. Ms. Lansing told you, don't be prejudiced against rich people. And I say to you, that's right. Don't assume that just because people have money, they can't be violent. Violent is part of man's basic nature. If these defendants came from a poor background, if they came from South Central Los Angeles, you'd have no trouble believing them capable of violence. Why is it so hard to believe that these two people are capable of this kind of violence? And yet if they come from South Central Los Angeles, would they have had Daddy's money to make up this defense? Look at these defendants, look at their crimes, look at what Lyle Menendez has tried to sell you as a defense. Look at the lies that he has told you on the witness stand and ask yourself, can you believe anything that this man says? There's no possible way. He is not acting like an adult. He wants you to believe he's a child, he's a boy, he's not responsible, he's a victim. He's an adult, he's responsible for his actions, he planned out this crime. And rather than taking whatever his background was, and I don't think we can be sure at all what his background was. You've been painted a picture here, but it's just a picture, it's not real. And you've been painted a picture here to convince you that Mary Louise and Jose Menendez are not worth your consideration. that the world is a better place for them having passed on, or died, or been slaughtered. But that's not correct. These people were cold-bloodedly slaughtered by their 2 sons. And whatever they had done to their sons during their lives, they didn't believe it. And look at their mother. This is the woman who gave birth to them. This is what they did to their mother. And I'd like to say one final thing. The man that I described to you in my opening remarks, the man who ran away from home, the man who would not go to his father's bedside, the man who made something of his life in spite of the abuse, that man was my father. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll take a recess. We'll resume at 1:45, ladies and gentlemen. If you would come back, and I'll instruct you at 1:45. Don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't form any final opinions about it. We'll have you back at 1:45. All right, I want to just briefly discuss any last-minute details regarding instructions, and we'll do that. We had not yet resolved one instruction, 2.10, statements made to a physician. And my view is that that should not be given at all, since it is a matter for the jury to decide as to how to treat that evidence. And I don't think it's the way the evidence has been introduced, it would be an appropriate instruction. So I will not give that. It was submitted in its unaltered form by the prosecution and in a modified form by the defense, and I will not give it either way. I've added a couple instructions to the packet. One of them is an expansion on implied malice or second-degree murder, the 8.31. The only other instruction about which I would make further inquiry is 8.80, the long paragraph that we had discussed before, the special circumstance instruction. The position of the defense and the prosecution was to delete that instruction in its entirety. Is it still your request?
Instruction or the paragraph?
That paragraph, I'm sorry, regarding intent.
I don't have it with me, Your Honor. Could the court, what's the first paragraph? Does it talk about intent to kill? Oh.
The defense made that instruction and included it. There was some reference in the argument that well, there was a veiled reference to whether the defendant was the one who actually fired those last shots or not, regarding who had blood on pants, as to whether that was designed to refer to that in some way. That was by Miss Lansing.
Isn't that paragraph in for felony murder situations?
No.
Well,
If, on the lying in wait, there is a requirement of intent to kill. All right, it's been altered by the defense, I think, in the modification submitted, and I think that's adequate for the purpose.
was the aiding and abetting in there? Because I don't think that's appropriate.
Yeah, I don't think that can be fine, unless you want to add aiding and abetting here as a further definition to supplement the...
No, I think we would prefer to the one that we gave without
adding aiding and abetting as a separate instruction, 6.00, 6.01.
Well, if you're going to give 8.00 with aiding and abetting, then I think we ought to give 6.00 and 6.01. And because of the defense argument, I think it might be a good idea.
6.00 is 10.
No, I'm sorry, 3.00 then.
We have no objection.
3.00 and 3.01? Okay. All right, anything else now before we recess?
As to the verdict form,
Yes.
it's our position that the verdict forms as proposed by the court are incorrect in not providing the jury with verdict forms of not guilty for second-degree murder and not guilty as to all lesser-included offenses. And looking at the use note to 17.49, which is the instruction on multiple verdict forms. And the use note indicates that if the court gives the Stone instruction, 8.75, when that is done, the jury must be given guilty and not guilty verdict form for each greater and lesser crime.
Yes.
And then it says, however, if the Stone instruction, they say 1712, which is the Stone instruction, is not included in the original jury charge, then this instruction, accompanied by 1710, may be provided to the jury. Under this approach, the jury should be provided with one not guilty verdict and one guilty verdict as to each greater and lesser offense. And I think unless that's done, the jury has no option or no means by which to return a not guilty verdict, by which to decide a not guilty verdict as to a greater offense before returning it. And that would apply in a situation where they unanimously agree that murder in the first degree has not been proven. Under Stone, they have to be at least provided with the option of reaching that, even if they're not going to return that verdict. And I don't think the court's verdict form allows them to do that.
You misread that sentence. It says, under this approach, the jury should be provided with one not guilty verdict and one guilty verdict as to each greater and lesser offense. That's what it says.
Right.
One not guilty verdict, and that's what they're provided with. Not for one not guilty verdict for each greater and lesser offense. If it said that, it would have said it as it did in the first paragraph.
Well, I see the way the court's reading it. I'm reading as to each greater and lesser offense to modify both guilty verdict and...
Yeah, if they meant that, they would have said it the same way they did in the previous paragraph. They wouldn't have had to say it twice. They would have presupposed that that would have been given either way.
I just don't see how the jury then is provided the option of returning or agreeing on not guilty as to first-degree murder or second-degree murder under the court's...
They're told they only can return one verdict as to any count. That's it. So, and they're also told in 1710 that in order to return a verdict of guilty of a lesser offense, they must unanimously agree that the defendant is not guilty of the greater offense. So they're told that. They're not provided a verdict form for it because they're told they only can fill out one verdict form.
What happens in a situation where they agree that murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree is not committed? They sign the court's one not guilty verdict form. What happens to the manslaughter count?
Well, if they find them guilty of manslaughter, they're told they can only sign one verdict form as to any count. So if they follow that instruction, they will only fill out the verdict form of guilty for manslaughter or second-degree murder, or for whatever it is. They'll only fill out one verdict form at all. And I go over that again when I finish the instructions. I go through the verdict forms and tell them only one verdict form can be signed as to any count.
And maybe I don't understand, but assuming they decide not guilty first degree, and they sign the not guilty
They won't.
verdict form.
Well, unless they're finding him not
And now
guilty
they-
altogether, they won't sign any verdict form until they decide what he's guilty of. And then they sign the one verdict form, guilty or not guilty, one form.
But what I'm saying is during the course of the deliberations, assuming they get to the point where they say, okay, we agree that he's not guilty of first degree
Yeah.
murder, there is no way for them to record that judgment. And now they go on to second degree murder, and he's not guilty of second degree murder. And there's no way to sign that judgment.
Right.
And they just keep deliberating. And so if at some point they come back and they say, well, we can't reach a decision, we're hung on manslaughter.
Then I give them the
They-
instructions regarding the Stone case and the not guilty verdicts for the greater crimes, and they have an option of then filling those out. That's the procedure that's provided for in the Calgic instructions and contemplated in stone.
It just seems that at the point that you give them those verdict forms, they sort of may reopen the discussion on something that at an earlier point of time they may have reached consensus on and been unable to document it.
Well, this is not a new or novel approach. This is, as I said before, something that is done regularly here in Los Angeles County. I know Mr. Burt, you come from a different county with different procedures perhaps, but this is the way we do it. I've done this.
I've always gotten guilty in that.
Well, I've always done it this way, and I've always seen it done this way as both judge and lawyer, so this is the way it's going to be done. All right, I'll supplement the instructions with 3.00 and 3.01. And if you want to look at the instructions in their version that will be given to the jury, they're available now for you to look at. Keep them in the same order.
When the court finishes with the instruction, is there any way I can make a copy for myself and the defense and then give them back to the court, or?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
You'd have to do it rather quickly, and
Yes.
what I don't want to do is, I'll have the clerk do it. She's already done it, but I've changed it since then, so rather than, we'll have the clerk make copies for
All right,
counsel.
just one copy and then I'll make the rest.
Okay. All right, if you want to look at them now, they're certainly there for you to look at. All right, in the trial, we now have the jurors present, and at this point, I will read to the jury the instructions. I'm not sure if we'll be able to complete the instructions prior to the lunch hour. If not, then we'll resume at 1:30, and I'll complete them and then have you begin your deliberations. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have heard all of the evidence and the arguments of the attorneys, and it is now my duty to instruct you on the law that applies to this case. The law requires that I read these instructions to you, and you'll also have the instructions in their written form in the jury room to refer to during your deliberations. You must base your decision on the facts and the law. You have two duties to perform. First, you must determine the facts from the evidence received in the trial and not from any other source. A fact is something proved directly or circumstantially by the evidence or by stipulation. A stipulation is an agreement between the attorneys regarding the facts. Second, you must apply the law that I state to you to the facts as you determine them, and in this way arrive at your verdict and any finding you are instructed to include in your verdict. You must accept and follow the law as I state it to you, whether or not you agree with the law. If anything concerning the law said by the attorneys in their arguments or at any other time during the trial conflicts with my instructions on the law, you must follow my instructions. You must not be influenced by pity for a defendant or by prejudice against him. You must not be biased against the defendant because he has been arrested for this offense, charged with a crime, or brought to trial. None of these circumstances is evidence of guilt, and you must not infer or assume from any or all of them that he is more likely to be guilty than innocent. You must not be influenced by mere sentiment, conjecture, sympathy, passion, prejudice, public opinion, or public feeling. Both the people and the defendant have a right to expect that you will conscientiously consider and weigh the evidence, apply the law, and reach a just verdict, regardless of the consequences. If any rule, direction, or idea is repeated in different ways in these instructions, no emphasis is intended, and you must not draw any inference because of its repetition. Do not single out any particular sentence or any individual point or instruction and ignore the others. Consider the instructions as a whole and each in light of all the others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. Statements made by the attorneys during the trial are not evidence. Although, if the attorneys have stipulated or agreed to a fact, you must regard that fact as conclusively proved as to the party or parties making the stipulation. If an objection was sustained to a question, do not guess what the answer might have been. Do not speculate as to the reason for the objection. Do not assume to be true any insinuation suggested by a question asked a witness. A question is not evidence and may be considered only as it enables you to understand the answer. Do not consider for any purpose any offer of evidence that was rejected or any evidence that was stricken by the court. Treat it as though you had never heard of it. You must decide all questions of fact in this case from the evidence received in this trial and not from any other source. You must not make any independent investigation of the facts or the law or consider or discuss facts as to which there is no evidence. This means, for example, that you must not on your own visit the scene, conduct experiments, or consult reference works or persons for additional information. You must not discuss this case with any other person except a fellow juror, and you must not discuss the case with a fellow juror until the case is submitted to you for your decision, and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. Evidence consists of testimony of witnesses, writings, material objects, or anything presented to the senses and offered to prove the existence or non-existence of a fact. Evidence is either direct or circumstantial. Direct evidence is evidence that directly proves a fact without the necessity of an inference. It is evidence which by itself, if found to be true, establishes that fact. Circumstantial evidence is evidence that, if found to be true, proves a fact from which an inference of the existence of another fact may be drawn. An inference is a deduction of fact that may logically and reasonably be drawn from another fact or group of facts established by the evidence. It is not necessary that facts be proved by direct evidence. They may be proved also by circumstantial evidence or by a combination of direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Both direct evidence and circumstantial evidence are acceptable as a means of proof. Neither is entitled to any greater weight than the other. However, a finding of guilt as to any crime may not be based on circumstantial evidence unless the proved circumstances are not only 1, consistent with a theory that the defendant is guilty of the crime, but 2, cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. Further, each fact which is essential to complete a set of circumstances necessary to establish the defendant's guilt must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, before an inference essential to establish guilt may be found to have been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, each fact or circumstance upon which such inference necessarily rests must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Also, if the circumstantial evidence as to any particular count is susceptible of 2 reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the defendant's guilt and the other to his innocence, you must adopt that interpretation which points to the defendant's innocence and reject that interpretation which points to his guilt. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of such evidence appears to you to be reasonable and the other interpretation to be unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable interpretation and reject the unreasonable. The specific intent or mental state with which an act is done may be shown by the circumstances surrounding the commission of the act. However, you may not find the defendant guilty of the crime charged in counts 1, 2, and 3, or the crime of voluntary manslaughter, which is a lesser crime, unless the proved circumstances are not only 1, consistent with the theory the defendant had the required specific intent or mental state, but 2, cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. Also, if the evidence as to any such specific intent or mental state is susceptible of 2 reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the existence of the specific intent or mental state, and the other to the absence of the specific intent or mental state, you must adopt that interpretation which points to the absence of the specific intent or mental state. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of the evidence as to such specific intent or mental state appears to you to be reasonable, and the other interpretation to be unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable interpretation and reject the unreasonable. If you find that before this trial the defendant made a willfully false or deliberately misleading statement concerning the crimes for which the defendant is now being tried, you may consider such statement as a circumstance tending to prove a consciousness of guilt. However, such conduct is not sufficient by itself to prove guilt, and its weight and significance, if any, are matters for your determination. If you find that the defendant attempted to persuade a witness to testify falsely or attempted to fabricate evidence to be produced at the trial, such conduct may be considered by you as a circumstance tending to show a consciousness of guilt. However, such conduct is not sufficient by itself to prove guilt, and its weight and significance, if any, are matters for your determination. If you find that an effort to procure false or fabricated evidence was made by another person for the defendant's benefit, you may not consider that effort as tending to show the defendant's consciousness of guilt unless you also find that the defendant authorized such effort. If you find the defendant authorized that effort, such conduct is not sufficient by itself to prove guilt, and its weight and significance, if any, are matters for your consideration. If you find that the defendant attempted to suppress evidence against himself in any manner, such as by destroying evidence or by concealing evidence, such attempt may be considered by you as a circumstance tending to show a consciousness of guilt. However, such conduct is not sufficient by itself to prove guilt, and its weight and significance, if any, are matters for your consideration. Certain evidence was admitted for a limited purpose during the trial. At the time the evidence was admitted, you were admonished that it could not be considered by you for any purpose other than the limited purpose for which it was admitted. Do not consider such evidence for any purpose except the limited purpose for which it was admitted. Neither side is required to call as witnesses all persons who may have been present at any of the events disclosed by the evidence, or who may appear to have some knowledge of these events, or to produce all objects or documents mentioned or suggested by the evidence. Evidence that on some former occasion a witness made a statement or statements that were inconsistent or consistent with his or her testimony in this trial may be considered by you not only for the purpose of testing the credibility of the witness, but also as evidence of the truth of the facts as stated by the witness on such former occasion. If you disbelieve a witness's testimony that he or she no longer remembers a certain event, such testimony is inconsistent with a prior statement or statements by him or her describing that event. Every person who testifies under oath is a witness. You are the sole judges of the believability of a witness and the weight to be given the testimony of each witness. In determining the believability of a witness, you may consider anything that has a tendency in reason to prove or disprove the truthfulness of the testimony of the witness, including but not limited to any of the following: the extent of the opportunity or the ability of the witness to see or hear or otherwise become aware of any matter about which the witness has testified; the ability of the witness to remember or to communicate any matter about which the witness has testified; the character and quality of that testimony; the demeanor and manner of the witness while testifying; the existence or non-existence of a bias, interest, or other motive; evidence of the existence or non-existence of any fact testified to by the witness; the attitude of the witness towards this action or toward the giving of testimony; a statement previously made by the witness that is consistent or inconsistent with the testimony of the witness; the character of the witness for honesty or truthfulness or their opposites; an admission by the witness of untruthfulness; past criminal conduct of the witness. Discrepancies in a witness's testimony or between his or her testimony and that of others, if there were any, do not necessarily mean that the witness should be discredited. Failure of recollection is a common experience, and innocent misrecollection is not uncommon. And it is a fact also that two persons witnessing an incident or a transaction often will see or hear it differently. Whether a discrepancy pertains to a fact of importance or only to a trivial detail should be considered in weighing its significance. A witness who is willfully false in one material part of his or her testimony is to be distrusted in others. You may reject the whole testimony of a witness who willfully has testified falsely as to a material point, unless from all of the evidence you believe the probability of truth favors his or her testimony in other particulars. You are not bound to decide an issue of fact in accordance with the testimony of a number of witnesses which does not convince you, as against the testimony of a lesser number or other evidence which appeals to your mind with more convincing force. You are not to disregard the testimony of the greater number of witnesses merely from caprice, whim, or prejudice, or from a desire to favor one side against the other. You must not decide an issue by the simple process of counting the number of witnesses who have testified on the opposing sides. The final test is not in the relative number of witnesses, but in the convincing force of the evidence. Evidence has been introduced for the purpose of showing that a witness, L. Jerome Oziel, engaged in past criminal conduct. Such evidence may be considered by you only for the purpose of determining the believability of that witness. The fact that the witness engaged in past conduct, if it is established, does not necessarily destroy or impair a witness's believability. It is one of the circumstances that you may take into consideration in weighing the testimony of such witness. Evidence of the character of a witness for honesty or truthfulness or their opposites may be considered in determining his or her believability. You should give the testimony of a single witness whatever weight you think it deserves. However, testimony by one witness which you believe concerning any fact is sufficient for the proof of that fact. You should carefully review all the evidence upon which the proof of such fact depends. Motive is not an element of the crime charged and need not be shown. However, you may consider motive or lack of motive as a circumstance in this case. Presence of motive may tend to establish guilt. Absence of motive may tend to establish innocence. You will therefore give its presence or absence, as the case may be, the weight to which you find it to be entitled. A confession is a statement made by a defendant other than at his trial, in which he has acknowledged his guilt of the crimes for which such defendant is on trial. In order to constitute a confession, such statement must acknowledge participation in the crimes as well as the required criminal intent or mental state. An admission is a statement made by the defendant other than at his trial, which does not by itself acknowledge his guilt of the crimes for which such defendant is on trial, but which statement tends to prove his guilt when considered with the rest of the evidence. You are the exclusive judges as to whether the defendant made a confession or an admission, and if so, whether such statement is true in whole or in part. If you should find that the defendant did not make the statement, you must reject it. If you find that it is true in whole or in part, you may consider that part which you find to be true. Evidence of an oral confession or oral admission of the defendant should be viewed with caution. If you should find from the evidence that there was an occasion when the defendant, 1, under conditions which reasonably afforded him an opportunity to reply, 2, failed to make a denial or made false, evasive, or contradictory statements in the face of an accusation expressly directed to him or in his presence, charging him with a crime for which such defendant is now on trial or tending to connect him with its commission, and 3, that he heard the accusation and understood its nature, then the circumstance of his silence and conduct on that occasion may be considered against him as indicating an admission that the accusation thus made was true. Evidence of such an accusatory statement is not received for the purpose of proving its truth, but only as it supplies meaning to the silence and conduct of the accused in the face of it. Unless you find that the defendant's silence and conduct at the time indicated an admission that the accusatory statement was true, you must entirely disregard the statement. No person may be convicted of a criminal offense unless there is some proof of each element of the crime independent of any confession or admission made by him outside of this trial. The identity of the person who is alleged to have committed a crime is not an element of the crime, nor is the degree of the crime. Such identity or degree of crime may be established by a confession or an admission. A person is qualified to testify as an expert if he or she has special knowledge, skill, experience, training, or education sufficient to qualify him or her as an expert on the subject to which his or her testimony relates. A duly qualified expert may give an opinion on questions in controversy at a trial. To assist you in deciding such questions, you may consider the opinion with the reasons given for it, if any, by the expert who gives the opinion. You may also consider the qualifications and credibility of the expert. You are not bound to accept an expert opinion as conclusive, but should give to it the weight to which you find it to be entitled. You may disregard any such opinion if you find it to be unreasonable. In determining the weight to be given an opinion expressed by any witness who did not testify as an expert witness, you should consider his or her credibility, the extent of his or her opportunity to perceive the matters upon which his or her testimony is based, and the reasons, if any, given for it. You are not required to accept such an opinion, but should give it the weight, if any, to which you find it to be entitled. In examining an expert witness, counsel may propound to him or her a type of question known in the law as a hypothetical question. By such a question, the witness is asked to assume to be true a set of facts and to give an opinion based on that assumption. In permitting such a question, the court does not rule and does not necessarily find that all the assumed facts have been proved. It only determines that those assumed facts are within the probable or possible range of the evidence. It is for you, the jury, to find from all the evidence whether or not the facts assumed in a hypothetical question have been proved. If you should find that any assumption in such a question has not been proved, you are to determine the effect of that failure of proof on the value and weight of the expert opinion based on the assumed facts. In resolving any conflict that may exist in the testimony of expert witnesses, you should weigh the opinion of one expert against that of another. In doing this, you should consider the relative qualifications and credibility of the expert witnesses, as well as the reasons for each opinion and the facts and other matters upon which it is based. A defendant in a criminal action is presumed to be innocent until the contrary is proved, and in case of a reasonable doubt whether his guilt is satisfactorily shown, he is entitled to a verdict of not guilty. This presumption places upon the people the burden of proving him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is defined as follows. It is not a mere possible doubt, because everything relating to human affairs and depending on moral evidence is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. It is that state of the case which, after the entire comparison and consideration of all of the evidence, leaves the minds of the jurors in that condition that they cannot say they feel an abiding conviction to a moral certainty of the truth of the charge. The persons concerned in the commission of a crime who are regarded by law as principals in the crime thus committed and equally guilty thereof include 1. Those who directly and actively commit the act constituting the crime, or 2. Those who aid and abet the commission of the crime. A person aids and abets the commission of a crime when he or she, 1. with knowledge of the unlawful purpose of the perpetrator, and 2. with the intent or purpose of committing, encouraging, or facilitating the commission of the crime by act or advice, aids, promotes, encourages, or instigates the commission of the crime. A person who aids and abets the commission of a crime need not be personally present at the scene of the crime. Mere presence at the scene of a crime, which does not itself assist the commission of the crime, does not amount to aiding and abetting. Mere knowledge that a crime is being committed and the failure to prevent it does not amount to aiding and abetting. In the crimes and allegations charged in counts 1, 2, and 3, and the lesser crime of voluntary manslaughter, there must exist a union or joint operation of act or conduct in a certain specific intent in the mind of the perpetrator. Unless such specific intent exists, the crime or allegation to which it relates is not committed. The specific intent required is included in the definitions of the crimes or allegations set forth elsewhere in these instructions. In the crimes charged in counts 1 and 2, namely murder, there must exist a union or joint operation of act or conduct in a certain mental state in the mind of the perpetrator. Unless such mental state exists, the crime to which it relates is not committed. The mental state required is included in the definitions of the crimes set forth elsewhere in these instructions. In the crime of involuntary manslaughter, which is a lesser crime to the charge in counts 1 and 2, there must exist a union or joint operation of act or conduct and general criminal intent. To constitute general criminal intent, it is not necessary that there should exist an intent to violate the law. When a person intentionally does that which the law declares to be a crime, he is acting with general criminal intent, even though he may not know that his act or conduct is unlawful. When, as in this case, it is alleged that the crime charged was committed on or about a certain date, if the jury finds that the crime was committed, it is not necessary that the proof show that it was committed on that precise date. It is sufficient if the proof shows that the crime was committed on or about that date. All right, now I'm going to go into discussion of the charges, definition of the various charges that you'll be dealing with here. Homicide is the killing of one human being by another, either lawfully or unlawfully. Homicide includes murder and manslaughter, which are unlawful. The defendant is accused in counts 1 and 2 of the information, or indictment rather, of having committed the crime of murder, a violation of Section 187. Every person who unlawfully kills a human being with malice aforethought is guilty of the crime of murder in violation of Section 187 of the Penal Code. In order to prove such crime, each of the following elements must be proved. 1. A human being was killed. 2. The killing was unlawful. And 3. The killing was done with malice aforethought. Malice may be either express or implied. Malice is express when there is manifested an intention unlawfully to kill a human being. Malice is implied when 1. The killing resulted from an intentional act. 2. The natural consequences of the act are dangerous to human life. And 3. The act was deliberately performed with knowledge of the danger to and with conscious disregard for human life. When it is shown that a killing resulted from the intentional doing of an act with express or implied malice, no other mental state need be shown to establish the mental state of malice aforethought. The mental state constituting malice aforethought does not necessarily require any ill will or hatred of the person killed. The word aforethought does not imply deliberation or the lapse of considerable time. It only means that the required mental state must precede rather than follow the act. All murder which is perpetrated by any kind of willful, deliberate, and premeditated killing with express malice aforethought is murder of the first degree. The word willful, as used in this instruction means intentional. The word deliberate means formed or arrived at or determined upon as a result of careful thought and weighing of considerations for and against the proposed course of action. The word premeditated means considered beforehand. If you find that the killing was preceded and accompanied by a clear, deliberate intent on the part of the defendant to kill, which was a result of deliberation and premeditation, so that it must have been formed upon pre-existing reflection and not under a sudden heat of passion or other condition precluding the idea of deliberation, it is murder of the first degree. The law does not undertake to measure in units of time the length of the period during which the thought must be pondered before it can ripen into an intent to kill which is truly deliberate and premeditated. The time will vary with different individuals and under varying circumstances. The test is not the duration of time, but rather the extent of the reflection. A cold, calculated judgment and decision may be arrived at in a short period of time, but a mere unconsidered and rash impulse, even though it included an intent to kill, is not such deliberation and premeditation as will fix an unlawful killing as murder of the first degree. To constitute a deliberate and premeditated killing, the slayer must weigh and consider the question of killing and the reasons for and against such a choice and having in mind the consequences, he decides to and does kill. Murder of the second degree is the unlawful killing of a human being with malice aforethought when there is manifested an intention unlawfully to kill a human being, but the evidence is insufficient to establish deliberation and premeditation. Murder of the second degree is also the unlawful killing of a human being when 1. The killing resulted from an intentional act. 2. The natural consequences of the act are dangerous to human life. And 3. The act was deliberately performed with knowledge of the danger to and with conscious disregard for human life. When the killing is the direct result of such an act, it is not necessary to establish that the defendant intended that his act would result in the death of a human being. The crime of manslaughter is the unlawful killing of a human being without malice aforethought. It is not divided into degrees, but is of two kinds, namely voluntary manslaughter and involuntary manslaughter. Every person who unlawfully kills another human being without malice aforethought, but with an intent to kill, is guilty of voluntary manslaughter in violation of Section 192A of the Penal Code. There is no malice aforethought if the killing occurred upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion, or in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend oneself against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury. In order to prove such crime, each of the following elements must be proved. 1. A human being was killed. 2. The killing was unlawful. And 3. The killing was done with the intent to kill. To reduce an intentional felonious homicide from the offense of murder to manslaughter upon the ground of sudden quarrel or heat of passion, the provocation must be of such character and degree as naturally would excite and arouse such passion, and the assailant must act under the influence of that sudden quarrel or heat of passion. The heat of passion which will reduce a homicide to manslaughter must be such a passion as naturally would be aroused in the mind of an ordinarily reasonable person in the same circumstances. A defendant is not permitted to set up his own standard of conduct and to justify or excuse himself because of his passions or because his passions were aroused, unless the circumstances in which the defendant was placed and the facts that confronted him were such as also would have aroused the passion of the ordinarily reasonable person faced with the same situation. Legally adequate provocation may occur in a short or over a considerable period of time. The question to be answered is whether or not, at the time of the killing, the reason of the accused was obscured or disturbed by passion to such an extent as would cause the ordinarily reasonable person of average disposition to act rashly and without deliberation and reflection, and from such passion rather than from judgment. If there was provocation, whether of short or long duration, but of a nature not normally sufficient to arouse passion, or if sufficient time elapsed between the provocation and the fatal blow for passion to subside and reason to return, and if an unlawful killing of a human being followed such provocation and had all the elements of murder as I have defined it, the mere fact of slight or remote provocation will not reduce the offense to manslaughter. To reduce a killing upon a sudden quarrel or heat of passion from murder to manslaughter, the killing must have occurred while the slayer was acting under the direct and immediate influence of such quarrel or heat of passion. Where the influence of the sudden quarrel or heat of passion has ceased to obscure the mind of the accused, and sufficient time has elapsed for angry passion to end and for reason to control his conduct, it will no longer reduce an intentional killing to manslaughter. The question as to whether the cooling period has elapsed and reason has returned is not measured by the standard of the accused, but the duration of the cooling period is the time it would take the average or ordinarily reasonable person to have cooled such passion and for that person's reason to have returned. Neither fear, revenge, nor the emotion induced by and accompanying or following an intent to commit a felony, nor any or all of these emotional states in and of themselves constitute the heat of passion referred to in the law of manslaughter. Any or all of such emotions may be involved in a heat of passion that causes judgment to give way to impulse and rashness. Also, any one or more of them may exist in the mind of a person who acts deliberately and from choice, whether such choice is reasonable or unreasonable. The passion necessary to constitute heat of passion need not mean rage or anger, but may be any emotion, including fear, which causes a person to act rashly and without deliberation and reflection. No specific type of provocation is required to generate the passion necessary to constitute heat of passion, and verbal provocation may be sufficient. A person who kills another person in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury kills unlawfully, but does not harbor malice aforethought and is not guilty of murder. This would be so even though a reasonable person in the same situation, seeing and knowing the same facts, would not have had the same belief. Such an honest but unreasonable belief is not a defense to the crime of voluntary or involuntary manslaughter. One who has received threats against his life or person made by another is justified in acting more quickly and taking harsher measures for his own protection in the event of an assault, either actual or threatened, than would be a person who had not received such threats. If, in this case, you believe that one or both of the deceased made prior threats against the defendant, and that the defendant, because of such threats, feared greater peril in the event of an altercation with one or both of them, you are to consider such facts in determining whether the defendant acted in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury. Evidence has been received in this case which may tend to show the character of the alleged victims for violent or otherwise abusive behavior. It may be reasoned that a person of such character for violent or abusive behavior would be more likely to act violently or abusively on any given occasion. However, evidence of such character for violent or abusive behavior may be refuted or rebutted by contrary evidence. Any conflict in the evidence of the alleged victim's character for violent or abusive behavior and the weight to be given such evidence is for the jury to decide. A defendant may act in the heat of passion at the time of the killings as a result of a series of events which occur over a considerable period of time. Every person who unlawfully kills a human being without malice aforethought and without an intent to kill is guilty of the crime of involuntary manslaughter in violation of Penal Code Section 192B. In order to prove such crime, each of the following elements must be proved. 1. A human being was killed, and 2. The killing was unlawful. A killing is unlawful within the meaning of this instruction if it occurred in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury. The distinction between murder and manslaughter is that murder requires malice while manslaughter does not. When the act causing the death, though unlawful, is done in the heat of passion or is excited by a sudden quarrel, such as amounts to adequate provocation, or in the honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury, the offense is manslaughter. In such a case, even if an intent to kill exists, the law is that malice, which is an essential element of murder, is absent. To establish that a killing is murder and not manslaughter, the burden is on the people to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each of the elements of murder, and that the act which caused the death was not done in the heat of passion or upon a sudden quarrel or in the honest, even though unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury. Murder is classified into 2 degrees, and if you should find the defendant guilty of murder, you must determine this and state in your verdict whether you find it to be murder of the first or second degree. If you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime of murder has been committed by the defendant, but you have a reasonable doubt whether such murder was of the first or second degree, you must give the defendant the benefit of that doubt and return a verdict fixing the murder as of the second degree. If you are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the killing was unlawful, but you have a reasonable doubt whether the crime is murder or manslaughter, you must give the defendant the benefit of such doubt and find it to be manslaughter rather than murder. If the evidence establishes that there was provocation which played a part in inducing an unlawful killing of a human being, but the provocation was not sufficient to reduce the homicide to manslaughter, you should consider the provocation for such bearing as it may have on whether the defendant killed with or without deliberation and premeditation. Before you may return a verdict in this case, you must agree unanimously not only as to whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty, but also if you should find him guilty of an unlawful killing, you must agree unanimously as to whether he is guilty of murder in the first degree, murder in the second degree, or voluntary or involuntary manslaughter. If you find that the defendant in this case is guilty of murder of the first degree, you must then determine if one or more of the following special circumstances are true or not true: murder while lying in wait and multiple murder convictions. The prosecution has the burden of proving the truth of a special circumstance. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the special circumstance is true, you must find it to be not true. If you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was either the actual killer, a co-conspirator, or an aider and abettor, but you are unable to decide which, then you must also find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant with the intent to kill participated as a co-conspirator with or aided and abetted an actor in commission of the murder in the first degree in order to find the special circumstance to be true. You must decide separately each special circumstance alleged in this case. If you cannot agree as to all of the special circumstances, but you can agree as to one, you must take or make your finding as to the one upon which you do agree. In order to find a special circumstance alleged in this case to be true or untrue, you must agree unanimously. You will state your finding as to whether a special circumstance is true or not true on the form that will be supplied. To find the special circumstance referred to in these instructions as murder while lying in wait is true, each of the following facts must be proved. 1, the defendant intentionally killed the victim, and 2, the murder was committed while the defendant was lying in wait. The term while lying in wait within the meaning of the law of special circumstances is defined as a waiting and watching for an opportune time to act, together with a concealment by ambush or by some other secret design to take the other person by surprise, even though the victim is aware of the murderer's presence. The lying in wait need not continue for any particular period of time, provided that its duration is such as to show a state of mind equivalent to premeditation or deliberation. Thus, for a killing to be perpetrated while lying in wait, both the concealment and watchful waiting as well as the killing must occur during the same time period, or in an uninterrupted attack commencing no later than the moment concealment ends. If there is a clear interruption separating the period of lying in wait and the period during which the killing takes place, so that there is neither an immediate killing nor a continuous flow of the uninterrupted lethal events, the special circumstance is not proved. A mere concealment of purpose is not sufficient to meet the requirements of concealment set forth in this special circumstance. However, when the defendant intentionally murders another person under circumstances which includes 1, a concealment of purpose, 2, a substantial period of watching and waiting for an opportune time to act, and 3, immediately thereafter a surprise attack on an unsuspecting victim from a position of advantage, the special circumstance of murder while lying in wait has been established. If the murder is done suddenly without a period of waiting, watching, and concealment, the special circumstance of lying in wait is not present. To find the special circumstance referred to in these instructions as multiple murder convictions is true, it must be proved that the defendant has, in this case, been convicted of at least one crime of murder of the first degree and one or more crimes of murder of the first or second degree. You are not permitted to find a special circumstance alleged in this case to be true based on circumstantial evidence, unless the proved circumstances is not only, or our circumstance rather, is not only one consistent with a theory that a special circumstance is true, but cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. Further, each fact, which is essential to complete a set of circumstances necessary to establish the truth of a special circumstance, must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. In other words, before an inference essential to establish a special circumstance may be found to have been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, each fact or circumstance upon which such inference necessarily rests must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt. Also, if the circumstantial evidence is susceptible of two reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the truth of a special circumstance and the other to its untruth, you must adopt the interpretation which points to its untruth and reject the interpretation which points to its truth. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of such evidence appears to you to be reasonable and the other interpretation to be unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable interpretation and reject the unreasonable. The specific intent and or mental state with which an act is done may be shown by the circumstances surrounding its commission, but you may not find a special circumstance alleged in this case to be true unless the proved surrounding circumstances are not only, one, consistent with the theory that the defendant had the required specific intent or mental state, but two, cannot be reconciled with any other rational conclusion. Also, if the evidence as to any specific intent or mental state is susceptible of two reasonable interpretations, one of which points to the existence of the specific intent or mental state and the other to the absence of the specific intent or mental state, you must adopt that interpretation which points to the absence of the specific intent or mental state. If, on the other hand, one interpretation of the evidence as to such specific intent or mental state appears to you to be reasonable and the other interpretation to be unreasonable, you must accept the reasonable interpretation and reject the unreasonable. In your deliberations, the subject of penalty or punishment is not to be discussed or considered by you. This is a matter which must not in any way affect your verdict or affect your finding as to the special circumstances alleged in this case. A conspiracy is an agreement entered into between two or more persons with the specific intent to agree to commit the public offense of murder or voluntary manslaughter, and with the further specific intent to commit such offense, followed by an overt act committed in the state by one or more of the parties for the purpose of accomplishing the object of the agreement. Conspiracy is a crime, and it's the crime charged in count 3. In order to find a defendant guilty of conspiracy, in addition to proof of the unlawful agreement and specific intent, there must be proof of the commission of at least one of the overt acts alleged in the indictment. It is not necessary to the guilt of any particular defendant that the defendant personally committed the overt act if he was one of the conspirators when such an act was committed. The term overt act means any step taken or act committed by one or more of the conspirators which goes beyond mere planning or agreement to commit a public offense, and which step or act is done in furtherance of the accomplishment of the object of the conspiracy. To be an overt act, the step taken or act committed need not in and of itself constitute the crime or even an attempt to commit the crime, which is the ultimate object of the conspiracy. Nor is it required that such step or act in and of itself be a criminal or an unlawful act. The formation and existence of a conspiracy may be inferred from all the circumstances tending to show the common intent, and may be proved in the same way as any other fact may be proved, either by direct testimony of the fact or by circumstantial evidence, or by both direct and circumstantial evidence. It is not necessary to show a meeting of the alleged conspirators or the making of an express or formal agreement. Evidence that a person was in the company of or associated with one or more other persons alleged or proved to have been members of a conspiracy is not in itself sufficient to prove that such person was a member of the alleged conspiracy. The act or declaration of a person who is not a member of the conspiracy is not binding upon the members of the conspiracy, even if the act or declaration tended to promote the object of the conspiracy. Evidence of the commission of an act which furthered the purpose of an alleged conspiracy is not in itself sufficient to prove that the person committing the act was a member of such a conspiracy. No act or declaration of a conspirator committed or made after the conspiracy has been terminated is binding upon the co-conspirators, and they are not criminally liable for any such act. The fact that a killing was planned in advance, whether individually or in concert, does not prove that the planner acted with malice or with premeditation and deliberation. If, as a result of heat of passion, sudden quarrel, or an honest but unreasonable belief in the necessity to defend against imminent peril to life or great bodily injury, a man kills without malice, he commits manslaughter. It necessarily follows that if this same man, under those same circumstances, conspires to kill, he conspires to commit manslaughter. In this case, the defendant is charged in count 3 with conspiracy to commit the following public crimes: murder of Jose and Mary Louise Menendez. It is alleged that the following overt acts were committed in this state by one or more of the defendants for the purpose of furthering the object of the conspiracy. Overt act number 1. On August 18, 1989, the defendants purchased 2 Mossberg shotguns in San Diego. Overt act number 2. On or about August 20, 1989, the defendants acquired shotgun ammunition. Overt act number 3. On August 20, 1989, Lyle Menendez contacted his friend Perry Berman by telephone to arrange a meeting later that night to serve as an alibi. Evidence of a statement made by one alleged conspirator other than at his trial shall not be considered by you as against another alleged conspirator unless you determine that from other evidence, other independent evidence, that at the time the statement was made, a conspiracy to commit a crime existed, that the statement was made while the person making the statement was participating in the conspiracy, and that the person against whom it was offered was participating in the conspiracy before and during that time, and 3, that such statement was made in furtherance of the object of the conspiracy, or the objective of the conspiracy. The word statement as used in this instruction includes any oral or written verbal expression or nonverbal conduct of a person intended by that person as a substitute for oral or written verbal expression. The defendant is charged in count 3 with conspiracy to commit the crime of murder in violation of Penal Code Section 187, and as a lesser included offense, the crime of conspiracy to commit manslaughter in violation of Penal Code Section 192. In order to find the defendant guilty of the crime of conspiracy, you must find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant conspired to commit one or other of the said crimes, and you must also unanimously agree as to which particular crime he conspired to commit. If you find the defendant guilty of conspiracy, you must then include a finding on the question as to which alleged crime you unanimously agree the defendant conspired to commit. A form will be supplied for that purpose. Each crime charges a distinct strike that. Let me start this one over. I'm almost through here. We've got about less than 10 minutes or so to go. Each count charges a distinct crime. You must decide each count separately. The defendant may be found guilty or not guilty of any or all of the crimes charged. Your finding as to each count must be stated in a separate verdict. If you are not satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the crime charged, you may nevertheless convict him of any lesser crime if you are convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of such lesser crime. The crime of second-degree murder is lesser to that charged in counts 1 and 2. The crime of voluntary manslaughter is lesser to that charged in counts 1 and 2. The crime of involuntary manslaughter is lesser to that charged in counts 1 and 2. The crime of conspiracy to commit Murder in the second degree is lesser to that charged in count 3. The crime of conspiracy to commit voluntary manslaughter is lesser to that charged in count 3. Thus, you are to determine whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty of the crime charged or of any lesser crimes. In doing so, you have discretion to choose the order in which you evaluate each crime and consider the evidence pertaining to it. You may find it productive to consider and reach tentative conclusions on all charges and lesser crimes before reaching any final verdicts. However, the court cannot accept a guilty verdict on a lesser crime unless you have unanimously found the defendant not guilty of the charged or greater crime. And I'll explain that process a little bit further with you when I talk about the verdict forms. I have not intended by anything I have said or done, or by any question that I may have asked, or by any ruling I may have made, to intimate or suggest what you should find to be the facts, or that I believe or disbelieve any witness. If anything I have done or said has seemed to so indicate, you will disregard it and form your own conclusion. The purpose of the court's instructions is to provide you with the applicable law so that you may arrive at a just and lawful verdict. Whether some instructions apply will depend upon what you find to be the facts. Disregard any instruction which applies to facts determined by you not to exist. Do not conclude that because an instruction has been given that I am expressing an opinion as to the facts. The people and the defendant are entitled to the individual opinion of each juror. Each of you must consider the evidence for the purpose of reaching a verdict if you can do so. Each of you must decide the case for yourself, but should do so only after discussing the evidence and instructions with the other jurors. Do not hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced it is wrong. However, do not decide any question in a particular way because a majority of the jurors or any of them favor such a decision. Do not decide any issue in this case by chance, such as by the drawing of lots or any other chance determination. The attitude and conduct of jurors at all times are very important. It is rarely helpful for a juror at the beginning of deliberations to express an emphatic opinion on the case or to announce a determination to stand for a certain verdict. When one does that at the outset, a sense of pride may be aroused, and one may hesitate to change a position even if it is shown to be wrong. Remember that you are not partisans or advocates in this matter. You are impartial judges of the facts. The instructions which I am now reading to you will be made available in written form for your deliberations. They must not be defaced in any way. You'll find that the instructions may be typed, printed, or handwritten. Portions may have been added or deleted. You must disregard any deleted part of an instruction and not speculate as to what it was or as to the reason for its deletion. You are not to be concerned with reasons for any of the modifications. Every part of the text of an instruction, whether typed, printed, or handwritten, is of equal importance, and you are to be governed only by the instruction in its final wording. Do not disclose. Do not tell in any form, written or verbal or any other way, to anyone outside of the jury, not even to me or any member of my staff, either orally or in writing, how you are divided numerically in your balloting as to any issue until and unless I specifically direct you to do otherwise. You've been given notebooks and pencils, and many of you have been using them during the course of the trial. Leave the notebooks in the jury room at the end of each day. A reminder regarding notes, that your notes are only an aid to your memory and should not take precedence over your independent recollection. A juror who has taken notes should rely, strike that, a juror who has not taken notes, somebody who, and some of you have not taken notes, if you're in that situation, you should rely on your own independent recollection of the evidence and not be influenced by the fact that some other jurors have taken notes. Notes are for the note-taker's own personal use in refreshing his or her recollection of the evidence. Finally, should any discrepancy exist between a juror's recollection of the evidence and his or her notes, he or she may request that the reporter read back the relevant proceedings, and the trial transcript must prevail over the notes. Regarding requests for testimony to be read back, let me talk about that for a moment with you. You've seen the lawyers during the trial use transcripts each day after the day's proceedings. The court reporters have worked late into the night preparing the transcript of that day's proceedings and made it available to the lawyers. There's something like, I don't know how many volumes, but there are a lot of them. And each day it perhaps created 200 to 300 pages of typewritten work reflecting each word that was said during the course of the trial. You don't get those. You don't get those transcripts. The only transcripts you will get are transcripts of some of the tape recordings that have been shown to you. During times when tape recordings have been played, on occasion transcripts have been given to you, and I instructed you at that time that the transcript was given to you solely for the purpose of assisting you in listening to the tape recording. That's one type of transcript, and you'll have some of those in the jury room as exhibits. But the transcripts prepared by the court reporters of the testimony that occurred each day, you don't get that. If you request that some testimony be read back, what happens is that the court reporter will then find that portion of the testimony, if you specify what it is, and that testimony will then be read back by the court reporter. She'll either do it here in open court or in the jury room, depending on how we decide to do it. And then the court reporter would read back, question and answer as that process goes forward. And if it develops that you request that some testimony be reread, I'll describe further the procedure for you. If there is a request made by you to have some testimony read back, it sometimes helps us if you could be specific as to what it is that you're looking for. Sometimes you want only a portion of a witness's testimony, not the entirety of a witness's testimony. If that's the situation, then you can let us know and we'll try to find that for you. Sometimes the request is such where we end up giving you the entire testimony of a witness, depending on how the request is made or what the request is. But we'll give you written forms for you to fill out, making any such requests of us. And when you make requests, whether it's a request for testimony to be read back or perhaps a clarification of the instructions or anything else, if that ever happens, I'm not suggesting that you will make those requests, but if you do, bear in mind it takes us a little while to get everybody together. I have to talk to the lawyers about the matter, and it takes a little while for everybody to be here. Sometimes they're not in the courthouse, so it takes a little bit of time to get everyone organized, and sometimes it takes us a little while to get the response ready to give to you. So even though you might make a request in the morning, it might, depending on circumstances, be delayed until the afternoon before we can get to it, but we will do it as quickly as possible. At this point then, what I'll do is discuss with you the verdict forms just briefly. They were discussed to some extent during the argument of counsel. The verdict forms are given to you when you go into your deliberations. As I said, you'll also get the written instructions. It takes a while for these instructions to get to you. The clerk has to process them. And you'll also have the exhibits. It might take a little while to even get those to you, but we'll get them to you sometime this afternoon. As far as the verdict forms are concerned, let me discuss them briefly with you. And as you're aware from the reading of the indictment and the instructions I read to you, the count 1 and count 2 are the two charges of murder. And count 1 is the charge of murder involving the victim Jose Menendez. Count 2 is a charge of murder involving Mary Louise Menendez. And count 3 is a charge of conspiracy. and there are verdict forms for each of those 3 counts. As I've read to you in my instructions already, as to any of these counts, only one verdict form can be reached, can be signed. Only one verdict can be signed by you. And the verdict forms are, as to the 2 counts, counts 1 and 2, the charges of murder, there are 4 verdict forms. Let me just go through count 1 by way of example here. Count 1 and 2 are identical, so the forms are identical. And you would go through the same process with each as far as dealing with them. If you find that the defendant is guilty of murder in the first degree, then there is a form for you to fill out, and it's the form that says guilty of murder, and there's a place for you to enter in first degree or second degree. And there's a place for you to actually write in first or second degree. It's a blank. If you find the defendant guilty of first degree murder, then, as I explained, you have additional responsibility to make findings regarding the special circumstance allegations. On that same verdict form are spaces for you to make findings as to whether those allegations are true or not true. If you find the defendant guilty of voluntary manslaughter, there's a verdict form for that. It's a separate verdict form that is guilty of voluntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of involuntary manslaughter, there's a form for that. And if you find the defendant not guilty of first-degree murder, not guilty of second-degree murder, not guilty of voluntary manslaughter, not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then there's a not guilty verdict form to fill out. But as to count 1 and count 2 and count 3, only one of those verdict forms can be filled out. If you find the defendant not guilty of any of those charges, you fill out the not guilty form. Strike that. If you find the defendant not guilty of all of those charges, you fill out the not guilty form. If you find him guilty of one of the 4 options there, first degree, second degree, voluntary or involuntary manslaughter, then you fill out that form and only that form. And as far as the conspiracy charge in count 3, you have 2 verdict forms to deal with, a guilty and a not guilty. If you find the defendant guilty of conspiracy, then there's an additional finding the jury is required to make, as I explained to you in the instructions. That has to do with determining the crime for which the conspiracy was the object of the conspiracy, and the findings are first-degree murder, second-degree murder, or voluntary manslaughter. There's a spot for you to check off for that. And there's also a not guilty verdict form if you find the defendant not guilty of conspiracy. And again, only one verdict form is to be filled out as to count 3. So if you reach verdicts as to count 1, count 2, or count 3, as to any of those 3 counts, only one verdict form per count. So if you have verdicts on all 3 counts, you have 3 verdict forms, and that's it. If you have verdicts on 1 count, then you only have 1 verdict form. So whatever it is, 1 verdict form per count. If you have all agreed upon 1 verdict as to a particular count, as I've indicated, the corresponding form is the only verdict form to be signed as to that count, and the other verdict forms are to be left unsigned. What I'm going to do is now have you retire to the jury room, and we'll just keep you there for a few minutes and then let you take your break. I'll give you a little information about how to proceed with your conduct during deliberations. You shall now retire and select one of your number to act as a foreperson. He or she will preside over your deliberations. In order to reach verdicts, all 12 jurors must agree to the decision and to any finding you have been instructed to include in your verdict. As soon as all of you have agreed upon a verdict, so that when polled, each may state truthfully that the verdicts express his or her vote, have them dated and signed by your foreperson, and then return with them to this courtroom. Return any unsigned verdict forms as well. During deliberations, You'll be taking breaks at various times during lunch, after the day is completed, weekends and things of that sort. It's important to remember that you must not discuss this case outside of the jury room. That means that if you're in the hallway or at lunch and some of the jurors happen to be together, you can't discuss it among yourselves. You must wait until all 12 jurors are in the jury room. By the same token, if 9 or 10 of the jurors are in the jury room and a couple are a little late or whatever coming back in, again, don't talk until all 12 are present in the jury room. And when you're away from the jury room, whether it's among yourselves or with other people, do not talk about the case at all. The only time you can talk about it is when all 12 jurors are in the jury room. By the same token, as to the alternate jurors, there's still the chance that one of the 12 jurors will be replaced and you would take their place. And it's important that you maintain your present situation and be available to replace a juror if that occurs. And it's important in that regard that you not discuss the case among yourselves, not discuss it with anyone else. Just proceed as you have during the course of the trial, not talking about it at all, and remain available to step in if we have to substitute you for one of the other jurors. And if that does happen, then the deliberations start all over again, and you would be there, in essence, at the beginning all over again when deliberations start. So it's a situation, as I indicated, where the bailiff will tell you as far as where to return Monday as far as deliberations, location of your deliberations, and we'll certainly keep tabs with you and keep in touch with you and know what's going on, so that you'll be able to communicate with me through these written notes, as I've indicated, if there is need to do so. At this point, then, we'll ask that the clerk swear in the bailiff, and he will take charge of the jury and the alternates.
Else to speak to them on any matter connected to the case, except on order of the court. When they have agreed upon a verdict to return the to the court, so shall go.
I do.
You do solemnly swear that you'll take charge of the alternate jurors and keep them apart from the jury while they are deliberating on the cause and otherwise ordered by the court, so shall go.
I do.
All right. At this point, then, what I'll do is ask that the 12 jurors go into the jury room and be there for a little while. And if you have time to select your foreperson, you can do that and then take a break for lunch. And the 2 alternate jurors, if you would just, at this point, perhaps just stay there for a second, and then the bailiff will escort you next door until we can get everything organized, and then we'll let you go to lunch as well. And then you'll proceed with your deliberations after lunch. Okay, go ahead. All right, as far as counsel and your presence here, did you have any requests?